Forget about your pain. Put your trust in the Father. God is standing wide, taking on soul. There's no need to cry, no need to cry. Oh, God is standing wide. So don't you worry and don't cry. Don't cry. Forget about your troubles and don't cry. No. Forget about your pain and don't cry. Just trust in the Father and don't cry. No. Don't change. Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry. Father God, Most High, to you I give all the glory. Be not dismayed, whatever betide, God will take care of you. Hear that? Be it is statement of love apart, God will take care of you. God
Good afternoon, all my listeners and viewers. Yes, welcome to Rebel Radio. Yes, today is Monday. Okay. And as usual, we have your programs lined up for you, informative programs. And, you know, as usual, we this program can't afford to start without looking at the crime problem. Yes, the crime problem, it is here with us. Yes, and over the weekend, an 82-year-old farmer, senior citizens up in Clarendon, was murdered. What I understand, what I am getting now is that killing has something to do with land. Yes, land. Some dispute over land is behind that killing up in Clarendon. Senior citizen. Yes, he was trapped to death. Boy, the situation is very, very much out of hand. Yes, we are going to start our program this evening. Yes, with a former government minister, one who has had a very strong, you might say, some might say controversial record, but one who has played a significant role giving service to this country. Yes, and I'm talking about Colonel Charles Sr. His son is now a member of parliament and a minister. Yes, but I am talking about the father. And we are going to be talking about another gentleman who has given sterling service to this country. I'm talking about the late Winston Spalding. Yes. Let me try and find Mr. Charles for my listeners and viewers. And as I said, we are going to be talking about Winston Spalding. That's Winston, another courageous. Mr. Charles?
98232. You can leave a message after the tone.
I don't have him yet. Right, Mr. Winston Spalding. Yes. This is another gentleman who gave sterling service to this country. He was a former Minister of Security in the Sierra-led administration between 80 and 86. Yes, but personally speaking, as a journalist, I can say that Winston Spalding was a man among men. I benefited from his legal advice. Yes, I describe him as a guide. I can remember at that time I worked as a journalist at the now defunct Jamaica Record. And I must tell you that that gentleman there, Mr. Spalding, provided, he was my guide. Yes, he was my legal guide. And this, as I said, that man was a man who I can speak about him as a politician and as a servant of the people. Let me try and get back Mr. Colonel Charles. Yes, we are going to be talking to Colonel. Are you there now?
Yes, you hear me now?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Yeah.
All right, hold it there. Yes, and we have with us now Mr. Colonel.
Are you hearing me clearly?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay.
There's some rumblings in your background. I don't know what's that. Are you driving?
Yeah, I'm in the vehicle, but I'm not driving now. I'm stopping.
Oh, all right. So we have with us Mr. Colonel Charles, as I indicated earlier on. And we are going to be talking about the late Winston Spalding, who I said, Mr. Charles, I describe Winston as a man among men, because as a journalist, I can tell you that he was one of my guides. He provided sound legal advice for me. I can remember that clearly. But you served with him on the in politics. What do you remember about Mr. Spalding, Mr. Charles?
Well, let me start by telling you that I don't think that Jamaica knows much about Winston Spalding.
Yes.
Winston Spalding, to me, was one of Jamaica's leading attorneys. He was also a defense attorney.
Yes.
He was one of the silent, great Jamaicans.
Yes.
When I said silent,
Hold on, Mr. Charles, hold it there. There's a sound coming from, I don't know, you are stationary, right?
you mean you have a problem with my community?
Yes, there's a rumbling sound in your background, and you said you're stationary.
I'm stationed, but I'm in the vehicle and I have the vehicle on. Turn the vehicle off to see whether...
Yes, turn it off and let us see what happens.
Well, if I turn it off, I cut off the other one.
What if it's your air condition giving after?
Let me see,
I don't know.
how is that?
No, I am not hearing that sound again.
You don't hear it?
No?
Okay, so we can go ahead with that then.
Yes, of course, we can.
Okay. I was saying that Winston was one of the quiet, and I say quiet, describing his presentation, quiet, great Jamaican. He came to my defense when he thought that everything was against me. In 1976, I was arrested on false charges. I was arrested with one man telling the government that he saw me distribute 24 guns to his colleagues at a school in Southwest St. Andrew.
Yes.
Winston was my little lawyer. I sat in the prisoner's box. I heard Winston ask him, how do you know that it was 24 guns that Mr. Charles distributed? He said that there were only 25 of them at the meeting. And he said, oh, and you did not get one of the guns. He said, no, I did not get one of the guns, while all the other 24 people got guns.
Yes.
And I went and said, but that was unfair. But weren't you upset and vexed about it? He said, yes, sir. I'm vexed about it. And you're still vexed about it. That's why you're here. Yes, sir. and the judge said, sir, you're in a court of law, and you're telling me you saw Mr. Charles distribute 24 guns, and you were the only person left who did not get one, and you're upset about it, and you're vexed still about it. And him say, yes, sir. Yeah. And the judge dismissed the case and sent me back to detention.
Yes.
All right. So that was Winston in 1976, right? When I was charged. Otherwise, as I said, he along with Frank Phipps and Abe Abdul, who are three lawyers that has piloted my life right through my development, assisted me. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Winston joined the Labour Party, coming from the People's National Party, and he brought, I would say, big things to the party, big defense presentation to the Labour Party. Right? If you recall that there was a fire that destroyed some place in Kingston. There was also the men who were shot by the soldiers. Winston defended that on behalf of the Labour Party because we thought that a lot of politics was in it. When Winston joined the party, he joined it, and all of us who had problems, he came to us free. He came to us, he defended us free of cost.
Yes.
Winston and Errol Anderson were very good friends. And so in 1976, when the state of emergency was called, and I was taken in on the 6th day, remember now, I was taken into detention on the 6th day of detention, when the detention was called.
Yes.
All who came in after me left detention, except me. In the 9th month, I was taken out of detention and put under house arrest through Winston Spaulding, Abe Dabdoo, and Hugh Lawson Shearer, who was fighting for me outside here.
Yes.
I did not get a charge. I did not get a trial. They came to me, police came and said I must sign a document. And if I sign the document, I can come with them. I said, let me read the document. The document was saying that I know that Edward Seaga was distributing guns.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, now let me ask you a question. You say that I must tell a lie on Edward Seaga for my freedom?
Yes.
I said, gentlemen, let the freedom go and let me keep my integrity. You are liars.
Yes.
And they left me and said, okay, Mr. Charles, I spent the longest, remember, I went in on the 6th day.
Yes, yes.
Several people came in after me. And I was not permitted to leave detention until in the 10th month, when my wife met an accident abroad. They gave me permission. No, they sought permission from him, from Michael Manley, to let me leave detention and go and look for her because she was dying.
Yes.
The commander came back and said, they said to tell me I am a prisoner.
Yes.
All right. Winston stood by me. Abe stood by me. Seaga stood by, everybody stood by me, but I'm talking the frontliners who defended me.
Yes.
So, here was Winston again. Winston, while I was in detention, I was a senator. And I was advised that Winston stood up at the Central Executive of the Labour Party and said, remember that after the 76 election, they had to rename the Senate.
Yes.
He stood up and said, even though I am in prison, I have no charge. I got no trial. And he insisted on Seaga rename me a senator in the 1976.
Yes.
Thanks to Winston Spaulding, thanks to Abe Dabdoo, thanks to Frank Phipps, who were lawyers. Of course, I've isolated them from the rest, like Hugh Shearer and Seaga and the rest. You understand me?
I understand you.
But talking about Winston now,
Yes.
I'm going to tell you the truth. There's something that I'm not going to tell you on the air. And my mother told me a little thing, let sleeping dogs lie.
Yes.
Because if I say certain things, it's going to create problem at this time, and I don't need that. Winston, I don't want anything to detract from Winston and Abe's work for me. I don't want him to detract from what people know of him. And I don't want them to ask, why didn't you say that while he was alive? And therefore, I'm not going to say it. But if you read my book, Detained, you will see a letter in the back, which he was a little upset with me that I published that letter in the book because it was written while he was a minister, or written to a minister, and he sent me a copy, and that was sort of out of the way for me to publish it. However, we are still friends. I visited Winston And let me tell you, Winston has gone, but Carol, his wife, as far as I know, was wife, doctor, sister, was everything. And I want to take this opportunity to really ask Jamaica to congratulate her and say to my wife and sisters and friends, this is a woman that we should say congratulations to what she has done in keeping Winston alive for so long.
Yes.
You recall that Winston and Dabdu was in charge of the Buck and King case in Lucy.
Yes, sir.
And that was earth shocking when they won that case. Again, John Jr. ran and won a seat in St. Anne. But he was not a resident in St. Anne, and according to the law, Winston challenged the seat and he lost the seat.
Yes.
Because he was elected a councillor in a constituency in a parish where he was not.
He was not residing. He was not a resident. Yes.
Right. Again, Abe and Winston, and I say Abe and Winston because they both work and assisted me. You will recall that during the 1976, Edward Siaga was charged on the basis of evidence, they say, false, or we say, they say good evidence, that he did something in St. Elizabeth, said certain things. And it was Abe and Winston who fought the battle. And we got Siaga released off of those charges that we call politically false charges that was placed on them.
Yes. And Chief, you will just let us fast forward a little because he defended you to the best of my knowledge. He defended you while you were in detention, out of the detention, and even when both of you were ministers now in the government, I recall that he defended you too. Because I don't know if Jamaica know this, but one of the issues was that as security ministers, he was asked to pay some attention to you, and he did not because he felt it was not honest. You might not want to. Do you remember what I'm talking about, right?
Well, since you go there, let me tell you what you don't know. I have been battered and bruised, but the sores have never come out. They are just itches that goes away because of the way I treated them. All sort of political propaganda was brought on me as to how I was surviving as a politician. That I had buses on the road, I was involved in drugs, I was involved in all kind of things. And the Prime Minister then told the Minister of National Security that all of these reports were coming in on one of his ministers, and gave him instruction to investigate the minister. And then you go to this kind, loving, great young man, Winston's father, and say, you have the job. Well, I must tell you the truth. I think Winston refused unless the cabinet was told.
Yes.
And the cabinet was not told. Somewhere along the line, and I don't know the detail, but I can recall, Winston either resigned or was dismissed. However, I think Errol Anderson took over from him, and Errol was his best friend in the Labour Party.
Yes.
And I was instructed to get a team of security, police and others to investigate Colonel Charles.
Yes.
Well, Winston did not do it, but Errol did it. And guess what? Errol got a report from the team of investigators. So there's no truth in it. False. And Errol write the Prime Minister, send the report to him, and send a copy to me. Poor Errol. He was worse than, he got in a worse problem than Winston.
Yes.
However, my mother said, let sleeping dogs lie,
Yes, yes, yes.
and they won't bite you.
No. No. Yes. But we really lost a great Jamaican, Vernal, a great, I can say that without any fear of contradiction. Winston was a man among men. He was a humble man, but a very powerful man. And both his political opponents, and I hardly think Winston had a distractor, because I know that he was well respected amongst his political opponents, because he was just a straightforward man, filled with integrity. I know that.
I looked at him one time and said, Winston, if I was as bright as you, I'd be a great man,
Yeah.
Because there is no way I would hide my blow under my hair as you do. I would bald my head so that you could shine in your face. And he said, Colonel, let me tell you, do what you have to do it well. And I think that is why Winston lived so long, because he was sick for quite some time.
Yes, yes.
I used to visit him very often at Red Hills. And I tell you, when I go up there, all cars would look out and say, Winston, Colonel is here. And I would be accommodated. But we didn't get a chance to part because he was away, and then we accepted visitors. And that is why I say to you and to all who are listening, a quiet, great man. But he's a great man who not very many people know about.
Yes.
Because he doesn't exhibit his brightness. He doesn't exhibit his brilliance. He does not exhibit it. And when he worked with Abe Abdul and Frank Phipps and did so much for me and others in the Labour Party, you did not hear it. He would not publish it.
No.
You understand?
No.
And there it is. He's gone. But I am here to tell you and all who are listening, let us congratulate Carol, his wife.
Yes.
And let us say something that he would not allow us to say while he was alive. He's a quiet, great brother.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think he joined the Labour Party because he was upset with some of the things happening in the PNP.
Yes.
And while he was in the JP, he did not expose any harsh criticism that was not true against the PNP. Not like me, who'd glad to know something for double it up.
Yes.
Winston would say, no, that's not how it goes. That's not right. Let me tell you, you can say it. I don't know if you know it or you hear it, but I feel it, I know it, and I can say it where thousands who are listening now cannot say, boy, that not sound right, Mr. Todd, not sound true. Let me tell you, my friend, this was one of the quiet, great Jamaicans. His greatness was never exhibited in his egotism or even his presentation. Suave, quiet, nice. And I call Abe Abdul because Abe worked with him a lot.
Yes.
For the Labour Party. Francis working a lot for the Labour Party. I remember those three defended me, even in the Belmont Road. They stood up for me.
Yes.
I have written some I can't write, some I will carry me to the next world.
Yes, sir. As I say, let's sleep in dogs lie. But
Let's sleep in dogs lie, because you lick them and get up and bite you.
yes, yes.
I don't get to bite you, then bite you, your cousin or your son or your daughter.
Yes, sir. But one thing I know, and all those who knew Winston can testify, that we have lost a great soul. It is,
We have lost, Jamaica has lost one of his quiet,
yes,
great son.
yes, of
He was no noise maker. He was no publicist. He was just a quiet, brilliant man who gave us all the information and guidance internally. Whereas if I knew as much as he did, I would walk in the street and bawling it out. He hid in the room and presented.
yes, yes, sir, yes. Well, boy, it's a road for us all, but I can tell you that I really regret his departure, really. So,
Well, Desmond, just before I leave, Frank Spalding presented two young men to the country, and they did public duties on behalf of the people.
yes, of course.
Whatever you want to say, Tony Spalding was the total opposite of his brother.
Yes, yes,
So,
yes.
But Tony also did a lot of good things too.
No, Tony was a giant. Tony Spalding was a giant.
Don't make it. Tony was a... I will tell you something. Why Tony and myself fell out when I went to Southwest, and that is why Portia was at the seat. Southwest was the strongest JLP seat in the country.
Yes.
Wilton Will won it by 5,000 votes. And when I went there, the PNP said, no way, they can't afford it. Spalding, I understand, said, I didn't tell me, but I got the word that he said, he has to stay up at South St. Anjo and see the sea. And I sent back to tell him that I have to stand up at North Street and see the cut halfway tree. And that's the war start.
Yes, yes.
And could I tell you something? Even Tony, when Tony got sick, he had a lot of land beside my house. He visited me several times. And when he comes, he said, I want to see, get out of the way. His door I come to look for.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
So, I have nothing bad to say about the family.
Yes.
Just that there were two different persons who did a job on Jamaica in different ways. But Winston, to me, stand out. Quiet, great brother.
Yes, of course.
Who helped me and help others, who work with men like Abe Abdul and Frank Phipps as attorneys in the party and help us to be what we are today.
Of course. I want to thank you very much for your contribution, Mr. Charles. And as we say, I don't know if he'll be buried in Jamaica. You don't know?
Say this again?
You don't know if Winston will be buried in Jamaica?
I don't know. I have not been able to get that contact.
Yes.
And if I know, I'll let you know early.
Thank you very much, sir.
I don't think that I think that the JP should have some contact with them.
Yes, yes. Have a good day. And thanks very much for joining me.
All right, my brother. Take care.
Okay.
And thanks for giving me a chance to say something for her.
Yes, of course, of course.
Okay.
That was Mr. Pernell Charles. We were talking about the life and contribution of the late Winston Spalding. Yes, that was great, great Jamaican. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
there's still God in the night. Life is easy when you're on top of the mountain. You've got peace of mind.
Welcome back to the radio. Yes. And yes, we had that discussion with Mr. Charles about the late Winston Spalding. Well, we are now going over to talk to Mr. Christopher Simpson. And he's the chairman of the Left Alliance for National Democracy and Socialism. That's LANS. Mr. Simpson, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Sir Richards.
Yes, sir. Welcome to Rebel Radio.
Thanks for having me.
Yes. So, let us start by you telling my listeners and viewers, what is LANS? What is it? When was it formed? What are its aims and objectives?
LANS was formed in 2016. We realized that Jamaican politics was moving further to the right. Both parties had essentially become the same on most things, capitalist parties. And as some young socialists, we wanted to have some alternative political platform that wouldn't be drowned out. So persons were saying, oh, we should just join one of the two main parties, and we said, that wouldn't be that effective in getting our voice heard. So we've been building for some time now to be able to create some sort of leftist political platform. Leftist as in socialist, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist.
Yes.
So we've been organizing people for years. We started as just one group of 5 people, and now we're at 9 groups of over 150 people.
Okay. I see. So this is we can say now this is one of another political party. That LANS is another political party.
Yes, well, we are another political party. We've been identified as such, and we see ourselves as such.
Okay.
But our interest is not in contesting elections right now.
Oh, you don't have any plans, immediate plans to contest elections?
No, that has never been our focus. So any organization of people, any self-organized group of people that has a political doctrine can be a political party, and they can do work to spread their views and so on without necessarily contesting elections directly. And we have impacted policy making by the government even without having seats in Parliament. We've gotten things that we wanted through Parliament.
Okay, so you are not contesting politics now. So you don't want political power. So what are your aims and objectives? What are your plans?
Well, it's not that we don't want political power, you know. It's just that we're not focused on electoral politics right now. We would contest elections and seek state power under different conditions, but one of the issues we have is the way the current constitution is set up, and we have engaged the government on that. So,
you have engaged the government on what?
Constitutional reform. We were the first group that was consulted by the Constitutional Reform Committee. So we have engaged them on that, and we've been engaging some smaller groups as well on how to navigate constitutional reform process. As for immediate goals, we want to, our contribution to democracy isn't just adding another option to the ballot. Our contribution to democracy is organizing people themselves, because democracy is about the power of the people. So right now, including as an outcome of this protest, but not just this, we want to organize bases of people that understand that it is up to them to direct how the society goes. So if the government isn't acting in your favor, you need to be able to go and confront them and speak with them directly and say, look, this is what we want.
Okay.
If an election is coming up and you don't have your own candidate, you need to be able to go and say, look, we will support you on these conditions, and have, let's say you have a group of people in a community, have a group of 200 people in a single community. That's 200 votes in a single block. If all of them agree that they will vote the same way, whether that is voting for one candidate or another or not voting at all,
Yes.
it is more effective bargaining than if one person go to a politician and say, well, I will only vote for you if this, I won't vote for you if this.
Yes,
It
yes.
is organizing yourself so that you know there are numbers behind whatever you push, and that you and another set of people that is much larger than yourself are on the same page.
Good. So, if I understand you, is that lands, politically, it is a party that is, its philosophy is, it's a socialist party.
Yes,
Am I right?
yes, you're right.
Therefore, your policies and plans politically are socialist policies.
Yes, very
So-
much. On
So, for
politics and
example, tell me some of your plans, your political. What is your political message? What are some of the plans that you would implement if you were the government?
Right. As I was explaining just now, we want a more robust democracy. So we'll build much better accountability mechanisms to ensure that representatives are actually in touch with the people. Separate from that, on the matters of economy and the environment, those are things that are intertwined, especially in Jamaica's case, that we have to address immediately. We are very dependent on imports. We're very dependent on trade in general and on foreign demand for any goods or services that we have in order for our economy to have what they would say is value, which is a problem in itself because that limits how much our government can do. And if we wouldn't rush to just say, okay, we're going to declare a socialist state if we took power on day one. We would first address food sovereignty. We'd try best as well to address energy sovereignty. Food sovereignty is something that isn't taken seriously by either political party because both of them have a trade-oriented relationship with food. But we would want food sovereignty. We want to know that if something happens globally, that we can't import food as easily at the same price anymore. Even if we don't like the food we're producing here, we can produce enough to feed ourselves. During normal times we can trade, yes, and we can have more food diversity, but we need to be able to produce enough to feed ourselves.
Okay.
We are concerned about the management of the environment in general because that affects food security. So the government right now, especially the current agriculture minister, is aware of those things at least. So we think he's doing an okay job of, managing how farmers have to plan their thing to reduce how they're affected by climate issues and issues of market fluctuations and so on. But along that path, we would want more development for the agriculture sector, not just from the agriculture side of it, but we need industry to complement our agriculture sector. And we can't leave that to the private sector because they haven't shown enough interest in doing that. We need to develop industry that the farmers have somewhere that they can direct their raw produce instead of letting it spoil in times of surplus. And that there's a constant demand, a base level demand, so the prices don't have to drop too low. So there's an incentive to produce, and when you produce a lot, the prices don't drop too much.
Right. So
Other things that we can...
a government formed by lands would play a leading role in investing in the agricultural sector.
Yes, agriculture and industry.
Yes.
And two other things that concern us a lot, which they're all tied to land use. And that's what we call ourselves land. We're very concerned about the management of the land for the economy, for the environment, and just for general living. So my generation, most people in land are born after 1995.
Okay.
My generation, most of us can't imagine owning our own homes. And the model of housing that the government promotes and that the private developers are promoting doesn't really address housing problems properly. And when it does provide extra housing, it creates other problems. So we're using up our the farmland to build these big housing schemes. And we're building these big housing schemes of these cookie-cutter houses with 2 to 3 bedrooms each and a small yard around them that is barely a yard. So it doesn't even make sense you have the yard. It's better to build some townhouses or apartment blocks so that you have some green spaces. But instead, we have this dichotomy between very, very low density and then very, very high density, which isn't what we should be doing. We need to do better urban planning and better residential area planning so that people can live closer to where they work. We need to do things around transportation as well. So we want to revolutionize public transport. We want to have some mass transit. The PNP is talking about light rail in urban areas. That is something we're begging the PNP to push from as early as 2017, where we were proposing to have monorails linking halfway through downtown, Spanish Town, and Portmore at the very least. Just have monorail routes linking there. And it wouldn't destroy the existing public sector, the existing PPV carriers. It wouldn't disrupt them. When you have this intercity route, when somebody doesn't drive all the way from Portmore to Kingston, when they reach Kingston on the rail, they'll probably still need to take a taxi or something to reach from there to wherever they go to work.
Yes.
But here we want to invest in mass transit that will reduce our energy demand generally, because having so many people stuck in traffic every day, that is a part of our high energy bill. It's an inefficient use of energy. So we're concerned with transportation, we're concerned with housing, we're concerned with food sovereignty, and all of these things tie back to how exactly manage and use the land.
Let me hear you on education. What kind of educational policies would you advocate?
Well, that is a difficult thing for us now, because the reality of our country, it's not unique to Jamaica. It's not something that can be easily fixed by our own policies. It's something that we have to address as an international problem. One of the problems that we face, my generation, and generations before, there are pull factors from other countries where over 80% of university graduates migrate and go to other English-speaking countries from Jamaica. I'm not sure if those stats are current, but the last time we checked, it was over 80%, and in Guyana it was even higher, over 85%. And this is a problem all around the world, in India, in Pakistan, in Nigeria, and some other African countries, where you have countries that pour money into education, and when they do that, the students end up not being able to get well-paying jobs in the country, and then end up having to move to other countries to be able to get well-paying jobs. So it's like a sort of money sink. We need to have some sort of agreement with these countries that either we're going to renegotiate debt so that we can afford to pay our people more, because some of the debt is unjust in itself, and PJ Patterson has spoken a lot about that. The debt itself is unjust. Why are we paying debt when reparations are owed to us? The development of the global north now, that's Europe and North America, the development of those countries, and the fact that those countries are able to remain wealthy today is largely from exploitation of labor all around the world. And the wealth that they got at the start of the industrial era, that came from slavery, that came from the slave trade and came from enslavement of our ancestors here. And the slave owners got compensated for that, while our countries remained underdeveloped when we got independence. And in the African continent as well, they deliberately left them underdeveloped. They told Nigeria that they weren't allowed to produce food. They dictated what each province in Nigeria could produce. So Nigeria was not allowed to develop itself either. So we weren't allowed to develop ourselves. We have these low-wage economies now. In an effort to better the lives of our people, we pump money into education. And then when these people get education now, we can't find any proper jobs. So most of us end up having to leave. So we have to, it's a very complex problem, but we have to acknowledge realities of it if we want to fix it. Now, there are different approaches countries have taken. One of them is banning students, saying you have to work in Jamaica for a certain amount of time. But if you're subsidizing education only to a point, and the remainder of it is still expensive. The students take out student loans. Are they going to be able to afford to pay those student loans with the low wages here? That is a struggle that people who on student loan have faced here. Right? So we have to address all of those things. We need to stop looking down on certain jobs as well. So we need to encourage people to get into the field that would help to benefit and develop Jamaica itself. So land management, so the different fields of stuff in environmental sciences, the different sciences that are concerned with management of the environment, those things we need to be concerned with. We need to be concerned with getting persons to work maybe in the energy sector. See how we can best do renewable energy in Jamaica. See how we can best use Jamaica's resources to benefit the Jamaican people. Funding more things like engineering. We live in a country that is prone to natural disaster. We need more people in fields like that, and engineering is one of the most expensive degrees at UA. So we should be smart with the degrees that we subsidize them at different levels to encourage more people to go into the fields where it's more likely that they're going to find work in Jamaica or to either find work in Jamaica or to do things that we know will actually help Jamaica. But a blanket subsidy, which in itself isn't enough, it's not that effective right now. We can also look at how the subsidies are done on an actual needs basis, where the students who need the subsidies more can be funded a little more, and the students who really don't need the subsidies, because a lot of students who end up at university are already middle class. So students who don't need the subsidies may be cut back or something. But we have to, it's only about what? It's only about 10% of the country, I think, that actually has access to tertiary education. That is a problem in itself. So it still end up being the most privileged students as much as it's subsidized. So we have to get creative in either subsidizing it so that when people graduate, they don't have to be bogged down by student loans and pressure to go somewhere where they can get more money, or we just reorient how we train students overall.
Okay. All right. I want to tell you, we have to continue this discussion, but I want to invite you on Friday, this Friday. On Fridays, we have a 1-hour program that deals with constitutional reform. And I would like to hear Lan's position on the Constitution. So at 3 p.m., between 3 and 4 on Friday, I would like you to be one of my guests.
I would love to return specifically to discuss that.
Yes. So put that on your agenda. And as I said, we will have you back on Rebel Radio to discuss more of the policies, the plans and intentions of lands. And because the politics in the country has been tied up between two parties since 1944. So there is more than room for more political parties. So I want to congratulate you for the idea to form a third political institution. And so we will continue the discussion, sir. So,
thanks so much, Mr. Richards.
Yes. So bear in mind that we'll talk again. And thank you very much for coming on this evening.
Thanks for having me, Mr. Richards.
Okay, sir. That is Mr. Christopher Simpson, and he's the chairman of LANS, the Left Alliance for National Democracy and Socialism. Yes, that's a relatively new party. It is a new party, and we want to make sure that we assist in building new political entities. Yes, that is something that is part of the democracy. Right? We should do whatever is possible to ensure that these new political entities are given the opportunity to develop themselves and to get the people involved. Okay, let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and foam ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insets and groups. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hazelwood Road. Telephone 933-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies. New arrivals are here with variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
Windows, doors, and much more.
so what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
Or online at toolsja.com. Tools! The Lion King of Hardware. This is a message. I've got to say to you, I'm so tired of living a humble and country life. When you were attracted to the bright city lights, you had a lot of money to spend on pretty girls and lovely things, just living it up as if you were a king. You had a whole lot of friends that you treated a vintage boy. But when the money went out, they didn't stick around this time. There was a famine on the land, and you didn't really have a dime. So you had to go out to stay and feed that swine. But I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. No, I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. So I will rise and go to my Lord. There was a time when you realized that you went wrong, when you found out how material things like gold. You've been living like a rolling stone, no more will you go. For there's a welcome for the prodigal son back home. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. No, I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. When the son had chose to take that journey home, he didn't know his father would have compassion on his soul. He hugged and kissed his son so cold, and dressed him in fancy clothes. He put ring on his fingers and shoes on his feet to stroll. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. So I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go to my Lord. I'm not worthy to be your son, but I could still be your servant. I will arise and go to my Lord. I will rise and go to my Father. I will rise and go. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, Lord, I love to sing your praises. I'm so glad you're in my life. I'm so glad you came to save us. You came from heaven to earth to show the way, from the hurt to the cross, the pain you bear, from the cross to the grave, from the grave to the sky. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I lift your name on high. Lord, I love to sing your praises. I'm so glad you're in my life.
Welcome back to the radio. And it's time for Be Sure. Yes, Be Sure. And as we indicated, we are going to continue our discussion about the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program. This is a program that has been assisting Jamaicans to achieve higher education in Ivy League universities in the States. Yes, quite a number of them are over there now, about 6 of them, yes. And we have with us this afternoon the founder of the program, Mr. Ian Ramsey. My listeners and viewers, older listeners and viewers, we are well familiar with that name, Ian Ramsey. As we know that Ian was one of Jamaica's most outstanding barristers, yes. But this Mr. Ramsey is one who is contributing a lot of time and resources to education. And we also have our well-known insurance salesman, but this afternoon he's in the capacity of our director of the scholarship program. Gentlemen, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Richard.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Brim, you might want to mute your phone, Mr. Brim.
Yes, so
Say it again. You might want to mute your phone. There's a lot of noise in the background.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise in your phone, right?
Okay. Sorry.
Okay. So, gentlemen, Mr. Ramsey, we have myself and Lloyd have been talking about the program, and you know, what we have seen is that this program, well, right now, this is one of the spotlight programs, I would say, in Jamaica right now, because of the work that it is doing to provide education for our younger generation. And really, I think you ought to be appreciated, Mr. Ramsey. The work that you are doing is very, very, very outstanding work. Very outstanding. So let me just ask, what are the? What is the latest with the students? Those who you have been talking to, are they okay?
Yes. So first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Richard, for having us on. Thank you for your continued work with talking about the program.
I really appreciate it. Thanks to Mr. Brim also for his assistance with the interviews and being on our board. And before I answer your question, I just wanted to take a second to say thanks to my board members, thanks to the students. Before I get into it, with that being said, we have just to correct you a little bit. We have around 12 students in college right now in the U.S.
Okay.
And we just had 2 that started in August. One at Barry University, another young man at University of South Florida. So now we have in Jamaica right now. We have this is our 5th year. And what we have done this year is not only are we working with the Jamaican students, but we have actually decided to work with some students in the U.S. also who want to attend college. So we were actually growing our footprint. We want to move not only with Jamaican students in the U.S., and we're looking at some other islands, Trinidad, Barbados, and also Puerto Rico. So we're looking at growing our program, as we speak. And to answer your question, the students are doing well. Thank you for asking.
Okay. One of the points that myself and Lloyd discussed off here was that we would want persons to know that if you can't, there are parents who can't afford to find tuition, pay tuition, but we want them to know and want the students to know that there are universities in the States who rely on once you can pass, once you can navigate the entrance test, once you can do that, they are looking for bright students. And therefore, those bright students who are around but who cannot afford, as I said, their parents might not be in a position to afford tuition. We want them to know that there are universities in the States waiting for them, and where they can, their full tuition fee will be paid. What we want from what they are waiting for is brilliant students. So once you have you academically qualified, the gate is wide open for you. Am I right with that, Mr. Ramsey?
Yes, so just to put some qualification behind your statement, you're correct. If there are students in Jamaica who and around the world who has the academic accolades where they can get into certain universities, mostly the Ivy League universities, if they get in, the philosophy of the Ivy League schools is that they will do whatever it takes to make sure those students will attend their universities. So, as long as the parents, can show that their salaries is not significant, those universities will do anything that's required to ensure that the students are able to attend, right? And then you also have those are need-based scholarships, which are based on family financial needs. But then there are scholarships that are merit-based scholarships. And, merit-based scholarships, you're great, and sometimes we have philanthropic scholarships that students can get. We're fortunate, one of our board members, Mrs. Camille Carter, her son, Dylan Carter, was able to get, a full ride to a university on a philanthropic type scholarship, right?
Yes.
So there are opportunities there, for different type of students. You just have to seek, and that's what we work with our students to try and achieve, find the best possible scholarships that are out there to suit and match each and every student.
Right, right.
Mr. Ramsey.
Yes.
Mr. Ramsey.
Yeah, yes, Mr. Byrne.
Yeah, I'm listening to you explaining the availability of assistance. But can you tell me, even from memory, a couple of people who have benefited from that type of assistance and who have actually come and top their field? I can think of like medicine, politics. I don't know. Can you just give us a couple of examples to cement what you're saying?
Yeah, so
Anybody?
from an opportunity standpoint, right? You talk about the Ivy League. So if just to give you a benchmark, if somebody was to pay for some of the Ivy Leagues, like for an Harvard University, it might be like $80,000 a year. Yale around the same. Princeton might be around $70,000 a year. So those are expensive schools, right? But then you have people like Ben Carson, who grew up. If people recall who Ben Carson is, one of the finest physician surgeons, who was a minority who grew up in the projects in the U.S. His mother, did not graduate from high school, and a lot of people can give you history a lot better than I can. But Ben Carson is one that benefits from the philosophy of a need base. As long as the kid is brilliant, those schools will help. You have Bill Clinton, who, when he grew up in Arkansas, he wasn't a rich guy either. And, when Bill attended certain universities, got need-based assistance. So there's a lot of individuals who has gone through time who have received need-based assistance from these universities. So one of the things I would say to Jamaican parents and Jamaican students is, if you are getting the grades and you are dedicating yourself to get the right grades and you can get into some of these Ivy League schools, do not apply because you do not believe you can afford it. If you can get in, there are opportunities for you. Schools will make sure that you can attend. So I encourage everybody, encourage your parents. If your kids have the right grade and they do well on their SATs, let them apply to those schools.
How rest and help? Because one of the things I'm thinking of is that many of these people who have $0 but brilliant children would make brilliant students in the university arena. How can they access this information? Where would you suggest they look? How can this information be, spread all around?
So one of the core premise behind the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program is one in which we believe that each and every student, and you had my son on last week, where the motto for our foundation is empowering one mind at a time, right? So we believe each and every student should have the opportunity to get a higher education, right? And if they reach out, look at our website, restfoundation.com. They can always contact anybody in our foundation. We can discuss it with them. They can also do any search online, right, pertaining to how to pay for college or to pay for an Ivy League institution. And they will see, the different type of opportunities there. And I just want to elaborate again. There's a need-based opportunity for parents who do not have the financial capability, and then there are merit scholarships, right? Where you have some schools, not Ivy League, some of the second-tier good schools will offer merit scholarships. And some of them are full rides, right, where the kids can get their tuition, dorms, everything paid for. So I would just encourage the parents and encourage the students to do research, or they can reach out to us and we will help guide them how we can.
Yes. And
Desmond,
yeah,
can you give a number that people want to reach you?
Yes, of course. If there are listeners who want to reach us for information, they could call 876-852-2498. That 856-2498. Yes, and we will take that information and have it dealt with. Mr. Ramsey pointed out, and as I suggested to Lordy, that one of we would like the guidance council, we like this information to be sent out or to guidance counselors at schools, and also parent teachers associations. If we can we want to get involved, so that we can pass on this information to them, for them to understand clearly that what is required. Don't be held back. Don't tell yourself that I would like my son, my daughter to attend University X, but I can't afford the fee. No. Spend time to make sure that the child is dealing with his or her academics, because these universities are looking for bright students, and once they pass their entrance tests, they will do, as Mr. Ramsey pointed out a short while ago, they will do whatever is possible in order to have those students enroll in those universities. So this is something that we will, as I said, we will make an effort to pass on this information to these institutions and persons, so that they are aware of what is happening.
Desmond.
Yes.
Just to add one thing, I'll probably direct it at Mr. Ramsey. For the people who see that potential in their children, that they are real top academic students, are there any other involvement that the student would need to take on some non-academic activities to round them off somewhere? Is that on the agenda, Sir?
Yes, that's a great question, Mr. Brim. I think it is very important for parents to understand and for students to understand that students who get accepted to Ivy League schools, or students who are very competitive, each and every one of those students will have great grades, the students who apply. What differentiates students are the activities that they're involved in outside of the academic arena. Students who start certain clubs, students who start certain foundation or involved in certain foundations, students who do philanthropic work, students who give back to their communities, students who put out the effort to make a difference in their high schools and to create certain programs that can continue after that student leaves that high school. Those are things that these universities look for. They don't just want a student who is just academically capable. They want students who will come in, integrate in the student population, the student community, and to make difference on the campus. They want students who are going to come and they're difference makers, right? They're not one-dimensional. That makes a big difference for students who are applying to these universities, such as the Ivy Leagues, because junior interviews, there are a few Ivy Leagues now who are not interviewing anymore, but most of them still interview each student, and they look for, what else are you doing up of the academic arena.
Right.
So they want well-rounded.
Yeah, right, of course. So, for example, one of the things that come to my mind is that students with those sporting abilities, who are good sportsmen and women, I'm sure that the institutions would welcome them also. But, Mr. Ramsey...
Definitely. I mean, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Ramsey, one of the things that I would like you to just expand on, you mentioned it a while ago, that the program is inviting, going for students in other Caribbean islands. So if you are in Trinidad, is the entire Caribbean, or you are just looking at some of the Caribbean countries?
All right, so first of all, Mr. Richard, just to take a second to say, for our board members, we have Mr. Grimm, who's on now. We have Mrs. Arlene Chambers, Mr. Johnson, Mrs. Carter, right? Camille
Yes.
Carter. And these individuals have been selfless over the last 5-6 years. Okay, they give and they give on a daily basis pertaining to our mission, our goal, what we're trying to achieve. So for us to continue our growth and continue looking at different opportunities throughout the world, it takes a lot, right? And it requires additional resources to be able to accomplish some of those. So what we're doing, we're taking it measured steps, right? So we're in Jamaica. One of the things that Mr. Brim continuously preached to us is just be able to make sure we are doing what we need to do pertaining to the high schools and make sure we're present in the high schools. So we have the high school scholarships, which we started for the high schools that we have kids in college from, and we need to work more with the guidance counselors. And now we're at a meeting with an high school in Trinidad.
Yes.
Last week, and we spoke to somebody in Puerto Rico, last week. So we're looking at the opportunity to expand in some different areas, because we think at the end of the day, what we want to do, we want to be able to assist our students in college mostly, and for us to be able to do that, we have to be able to ascertain certain help, right, from government, certain help from certain grants, corporations. So we don't want to be just like the Ivy Leagues want, multi-dimensional students. So do these corporations and grants and stuff. They want organizations and foundations that are multifaceted, multicultural, and so on and so forth. So that's our goal, so as we can better receive grants and stuff to be able to help pay, for our students who are in college, because that's what differentiates the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program from a lot of programs in Jamaica. We pay for our students' tuitions, we help them. We want to make sure each and every one of our students in college finish, right?
Yes.
We cannot pay for everybody, we cannot help everybody, but we go by a need-based approach. If a student needs a specific help, we're there. But for us to be able to do that, we have to get the assistance. So we are looking at evolving as a foundation, so as we can get a lot of additional assistance, financial assistance, to be able to help our students in college.
Okay.
Mr. Ramsey.
Yes.
Mr. Ramsey, can you just fill us in, along with the listeners, on what is your foundation now able to do? What type of assistance is it able to offer? When people come there, like from Jamaica, strange place, don't know their way around, they don't know about the real estate market to find suitable accommodation and things. How does the foundation assist in that era?
All right, so to help your audience and everybody, just to give you a quick background. So our foundation, we start working with the kids in sixth form, and we usually work with kids in upper six, lower six. We have a couple students in lower six, so we work with them to apply to colleges. They apply to like 25, 26 colleges, right, with our assistance. Then they apply for scholarships, right? The objective of our scholarship phase is to make sure we're able to assist the parents so the students get as much scholarship as possible. When they then decide where they want to go to school, which university, and we work with them with the embassy phase, right? So we work with them with the school to get something known as the I-20 issued. We help the students, they go to the embassy, they get their visas, right? For the transition from the U.S., this is what separates the rest. When they're transitioning from Jamaica to the U.S., we're there for them. If a student would like to live off campus, say their parents are not able to pay for them to live on the dorms, we as a foundation will communicate with that university, try and get the student out of, the commitment to have to live on campus, and we'll help that student to, find appropriate housing. And normally it's an apartment, right? Or they can find a roommate, and they will find that housing with our help. Sometimes we have to issue letters to that apartment complex and so on and so forth, supporting that student for them to be able to get into that apartment complex. Then we as a foundation, we make sure we meet with that student when they come to the U.S., wherever they are, help them to get settled. That comes in different forms, right? Sometimes they need help financially. Sometimes they need just to be taken to go do shopping. Sometimes they need clothes. We help however we can to make sure each of our students can be settled when they start. And sometimes we might not be able to be there for the first week, but we try to make sure we're there as soon as they get up to the U.S. and help them in whatever way. We don't have any specific roles per se. We try to help that student for what they need in that moment, okay, to help them to get settled. And then in addition to that, we help each and every student. We try to, from a tuition standpoint, we do not take on the responsibility of all the tuition for any students. Their parents have to be involved, right? We're just not at the stage right now where we can do that, but we try to help students accordingly. We try our best to help financially with their tuition. That is dependent on how much donations we can get, right? What type of grants and stuff we can get to be able to assist our students. I hope that answers your question, Mr. Brim. That was too long.
It went a far away. It went a far away. And if you allow me one more question right now, is rest as it is now is not able to do as much as it would like. How are we going to increase the funds that becomes available to the foundation? We're going to ask people who have benefited to farmer. In Jamaica, we call it an old boys association or a past student association. If we're going to try and inculcate that in the students so that you got help, know you're in a position to help, just stretch your hand behind you, stretch your commitment behind you, and reach out that an additional student or two can get involved based on your commitment and your sticking to your word. Yes.
No, that is excellent point. And what I would say is, the Rhymes and Written Scholarship Program ultimately wants to be able to help as much student as we can, through the world. We hope and pray that every student that is involved with our foundation over the years, they will have the philanthropic spirit would have been rained upon them, and they will be willing, wanting to give back, right? So we're hoping and praying that that's the case. But beyond that, beyond individual, from an individualist standpoint, what we're trying to do as a foundation, as I said before, is to become more corporate from the standpoint of getting corporate assistance, getting grants, getting assistance in different areas. There are different opportunities out there, and we just have to do a better job as a foundation to be able to get those assistance to be able to help the students. So to answer your question, Mr. Berman, is that leaning on you, Mrs. Carter, Mr. Johnson, Mrs. Chambers, and Eva Kine, to help to see what are the opportunities that exist, out there. I know we can better serve our students in the long run by taking advantage of some of these opportunities. We applied for a grant, for it wasn't a large one. It was like 25,000 US a couple of weeks ago. And we did not receive that, but at least, we're making the effort now to make those applications to be able to try and assist our students. So we're looking at multitude of ways to be able to do it. In addition, donations too. We have a donation drive last summer. So we're going to continue doing that this coming summer and take it a day at a time to try and help as much as possible.
And also, I'm suggesting also that the program does need to put together a program of its own, a marketing program. So, for example, West would publicize how many students it has helped since inception. Where are these students, right? And we get some of these students to just give us some short story, short things about themselves and how they are doing on the program, and so that we can use this to publicize the program, so that we can have something that in writing, that so we could say we hand them out to the public and to various entities, so that they are fully aware of the presence of race and what it is doing. I think we can put that together as one of its fundraising efforts.
No, I agree, Mr. Richards. We do have a something similar that we're working on, but we can always take it to another level. As I said before, our board members are slammed, so we just need to get the resources in house to make certain things happen. But no, that's well said. Well said. We appreciate that.
Yes, and we are 2 months, well, not even 2. We are at the close. We're approaching the close of this year, so I would imagine that REST program would be looking at 2024 now, 2024. So at this stage, Mr. Ramsey, what are your recruitment plans for 2024?
So it's fun, but this is our 5th year. So what we have found is that we have parents and students who reach out to us all the time.
Yes.
So we currently have some students in Jamaica. We currently have some students now, as I mentioned at the start. So we have students now that we're working towards attending college in 2024,
yes.
August of 2024. before. So we're working with those students now, and on a daily basis, we'll get inquiries. Because of the nature of our program and because of the way it's structured, we at this point, we're selective with the students that we work with. So we interview our students after we speak to the parents and the students. We interview the students. We have to ensure that any specific student is prepared to put the time in, prepared to do the work. We do not have the latitude, to work with a student if they're not prepared to do what's required, apply for the scholarships, apply to the colleges. We want to make sure when we bring a student on, they're going to be with our family, for like 5 years.
Okay.
They go through the high school program, and when they go into college, they're still a part of our family. So we interface, help, be with them. So we interview our students up front. So we do not select every student, but we're working on how can we increase the footprint as it relates to the number of students we have from the different high schools in Jamaica.
Right.
So we're working on that, on a day-to-day basis. But to answer your question, we are actively looking for students. We actively speak to the guidance counselors we have a relationship with. We need to we're going to set up a program. Mr. Brim is going to oversee that, pertaining to guidance counselors and how to interface with them at different high schools. So that's something we're going to be doing in the near future. So we're looking at a multitude of things just to, acquire new students.
Right. Okay.
Mr. Ramsey, tell me, am I right in saying that the high school students that have been getting scholarships from earlier than sixth form and upper six and stuff, am I right in saying this is a channel we're creating to identify students with ability even much earlier than when they're doing the lower six and the upper six program, to identify some students and create a flow from grade 5, grade 4, whatever grade we start giving scholarships. We can use it as a recruiting and identifying tool. Am I right?
No, you're correct. I mean, that's the reason for, the high school scholarships, right? We have, we have given scholarships to students, I think, in 4th form, 3rd form, 5th form, right, at different schools. So we're starting to develop that pipeline, and, yourself and other board members interfacing with those high school students to make sure, we develop a relationship with them, to make sure we monitor how they're doing academically, right? And to make sure we help financially by paying their tuition and any other help they may need, to build relationships with them. And not only the students, but with the institutions, and not only with the institutions, but with Jamaica, right? And bigger, hopefully we can influence those kids and influence their parents from the standpoint of, their child can achieve, can do, can accomplish, right? Have that mentality moving forward for those kids. Put that wind beneath their wings, right, to help them to get to where they want to get to professionally. So yeah, we're trying to integrate into the high schools, as you say, and we're working on that right now.
Mr. Ramsey, I don't know if this is part of your thinking, but do you have any intention, any plan of, extending your program? Or let's introducing this program to the Ministry of Education. Do you have any thinking in that direction?
You know what? Yes, we do. We actually, because when we deal with a lot, we have relationships with universities in the U.S., and some of those universities will speak to us about certain countries, the Bahamas, different countries that have, through the ministries there, they help support different programs to get kids to the specific colleges. So we actually looked into that previously. We need to follow up on that because that's something we would like to do if there's an avenue which, the ministry would support students, if it's even for specific universities, specific degree program which is beneficial to Jamaica, that they consider as, critical to the success of Jamaica. Yes, we would definitely like to be a part of that. That's something we will definitely continue to work on.
Yes. So Lady, one of the things that we can initiate some meetings with the ministry. Put that on your agenda. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
One more thing.
Yes, go ahead.
Desmond.
Go ahead.
That's one of the highlights of this program. It seems when we help people who cannot afford education but have the ability to absorb it, are we concentrating or even figuring how much social mobility a person enjoys when they are able to move from their parents being casual workers, home keepers, etc., so that they start the leap from the lower areas of earning and standard of living and create the first giant leap for their family and their personal children, etc., to avoid scraping the bottom of the bucket in their childhood. They can launch them off at a much higher level than where we started, than what we had to go through. Is that a consideration in selling the program, in asking for assistance, etc.? Is that a part of the thinking?
Before Mr. Ramsey answer that question, what do you think about that?
Well, it seems that it is there, but I don't know if it is explicitly stated as an objective of the program. So that's why I asked the question.
Yeah. Mr. Ramsey,
yeah, Mr. Brim, the only reason why, the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program is in existence today is because of the opportunities that education provided to me, right? And then also with my one of my younger sons, the opportunity that has been presented to him just through education and doing well. So to answer your question, yes, there's not a day that goes by that, we don't worry. One of the things we can say about our foundation, and I say it unequivocally, without any hesitation, that the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program does not discriminate against any culture, any economical brackets, any cultural brackets, right? Any sexual creed, any gender, we do not. Our only existence is to help bright, sharp, young minds, right, to make it to the next level, right? We're not somebody that our organization doesn't want to just associate it with, affluent folks who, can maybe afford a certain thing or send the kids to a certain school and so on and so forth. No, we want to work with any kid, any child that shows the ability and the willingness and the commitment, right, to achieve a certain success in their life. We want to be able to be a part of that, and we want to be able to help those children to navigate, the children and their parents, to navigate themselves, right, properly, and to help them to position themselves where they can succeed. And I tell this story all the time, where the student once, during COVID, who needed to get an interview for a full scholarship. I called the student, I said, I want you to go to your high school to do this interview because of the Wi-Fi. The student says, sir, I do not have a khaki pants to wear, right? You'll grow the pants. I tell this story all the time. So the kid did the interview from home. Of course, the Wi-Fi was in and out. However, with our help, he was still able to get his full scholarship. He's now at a university in the U.S. This kid, not only is he succeeding academically, he's working 2 jobs on campus, right? He works during the summer. He takes care of himself financially, right? He doesn't need any help from anyone. He pays like $20 a semester to go to school. Yes. Those are the type of success that we want to see. And to answer your question, he's an example of the generational change that we created for that one specific student, right?
Yes.
And that's what we want moving forward.
That's beautiful. Those are some of the success stories that we want to sell. Yes, those are the highlights of the Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program. Yes. Yes, Lordy, you were saying?
Yes, when I listen to the story, of course I have heard it before and other stories, but it's occupying my mind to say, when we get the students from a lower grade, a younger age, we have a chance, we have time, we have the opportunity to guide them towards a particular mindset, because when I listen, I'm saying, but no, this needs people with a certain mindset to be in the program, no matter what mindset they had when they entered. But once they are going through the program and we're working with them, they can come to a better mindset, which I assume would force them into making the effort, into going the extra mile, into pushing to become successful despite whatever obstacle there are.
Yes.
Are you of the same mind, gentlemen, about the mindset that is required?
Yeah, well, of course. Yeah.
Yes.
I would say yes. It requires people. In other words, Mr. Ramsey said it earlier. You have to be serious. This is a program that requires serious people, right? It's not a joker program. So you have to be serious. You prepare yourself. Serious in preparing yourself so that you are able to overcome those tests or entrance, whatever they are. You have to be serious about that. Then also you have to be serious about your career, right? So once you have that kind of mindset where you are serious to succeed and to progress, this is the program for you.
Totally.
Mr. Ramsey?
Yes.
Yes. Good. Continue. You're answering.
No, what I was going to say, definitely we as a program, I just want to make it clear to your listeners is that yes, we invite anybody to reach out to us and speak to us, but we have a strict set of expectations as it relates to our students. And to Mr. Brim's point, one of the things we do with the students over the 8 months is to try and work on their their mindset, work on, the fact that we want them to understand that they have certain competencies which can assist them, want them to develop certain habits. That's when they get to May, April, May, and interviewing with universities and stuff, they will be ready and better equipped to handle interviews. Be surprised when they head off to college pertaining to being organized, time management, doing whatever they need to do to be successful that first semester. So no, yes, we do a lot, and we have a high level of expectation, and that it comes down to us helping them with the mindset and helping them to be prepared and to know that they can succeed.
Yes. Gentlemen, we have 2 minutes to wrap up. So, go for your final comments for this evening's program.
Well, let me give the whole 2 minutes to Mr. Ramsey because he has the plans, he has the information.
So what I would say, once again, Mr. Brim, I can't, state it enough. Mr. Brim, Dr. Johnson, Darlene Chambers, Mrs. Carter, and Kine, right there. Just want to tell you guys thanks. We're in our 5th year, would not be able to be here without all of your efforts. And to your listeners, we have a plan, listeners, to help young, brilliant minds in Jamaica. And please don't shy away if your kid is an average student. There are opportunities for average students just as much as there are opportunities for excellent students, right? We work with students to help create that opportunity, but hopefully present and help them to have those generational changes moving forward in their lives. So please reach out to us. As I said before, it's a Ramsey Enrichment Scholarship Program. You can find us at respfoundation.com. And you can always, for contacts, reach out to us, and we will help in whatever way we can. Thank you, Mr. Richards, and thank you, Mr. Brim. I appreciate your time.
Yes, Mr. Ramsey, we want to thank you very much also. And, just to let you know, this is not new information, that the Rebel Radio platform is wide open, and we are willing to use this platform to push this program because we consider it to be very, very important. So, thank you very much, sir. Right.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time. Thank you for all your hard work. Take care.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Lady.
Sir.
Lady, thank you very much. Yes. So, let us say to be continued.
One thing, Desmond, please, if you can make a note of it. We never had enough time, but Mr. Ramsey spoke a lot about Ivy League.
Yeah.
As if there is something extremely special about them. Can we ask him to come back?
Those are
another time?
No, hold on. Ivy League University are the top universities in the United States. That's how they describe them. Those are the...
Yeah, but it sound like there is something special about them. When you get into them, you have achieved something significant.
Yes, but if they are the top universities, then they are special. Harvard and Yale and those universities, those are top universities. So whenever you are enrolled there, of course they're special. Everything about them is special. So
we can plan to ask him to come back and spend some time explaining the mystery of those places, because to us in Jamaica,
I don't think you can say to us in Jamaica, because remember, you have people in Jamaica who are aware of these things, So you must say to some people.
Yeah, to more people.
Right.
More people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
To be continued. Yes? To be continued. Yes.
All right, we can talk.
Yes, sir.
We talk.
Yes. That was Be Sure, the program that we used to provide information on how to progress and how to protect yourself. Let us go for a break. Coming up next is Workers' Time. Let us go for a break. This is Rebel Radio.
The Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and foam ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagelberg Road. Telephone 93-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
With variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
Windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools. The one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com. Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Lord, I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready. I'm ready. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for your call. I know you will let me when I'm falling. When all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me to the dark. You shine your light so I can see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free. Lord, you've been my shield from my enemy. In your loving arms, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, There is so much that I got to say. I could go on about you every day. Your name I will always praise for the rest of my days. Rest of my days. Rest of my days. Heavenly Father, yeah. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Your grace is all that carries me. Through the dark, you shine your light so I can see. Even when I was down on my knees, you set me free there. Lord, you've been my shield from my enemies. In your loving arm, that's where I got to be. To stay within your grace for the rest of my day. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. Lord, I'm ready for you calling. I know you will let me when I'm falling. With all the obstacles that's in my way, you move them all away. When you're weary and feeling small, when tears are in your eyes, I will drive them home. Oh, well, yeah, I'm on your side. When times get rough and friends just can't keep up, like a breeze over troubled water, I will lay me down like a breeze over troubled water. I will lay me down when you're down and out, when you're on the street, when evening falls.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. And it's time for Workers' Time. Yes, Workers' Time is where we spend time looking at what is happening in the field, at the workplace. Yes. We have with us one security officer, Ryder. Good afternoon, how are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, I'm here.
Yes, sir. What is happening in the security industry? Ryder? Hello, Ryder. I don't know what is happening. Yes, well, Yes. Rider. See that he has taken another call. Yes. But lots of things are happening at the workplace. We know the dental surgeons are out. Yes, they are out. They have taken industrial action, and therefore the services in that sector, the services in the public health sector, as far as dental services are concerned, that is out for the moment. And that's not very good news at all. Yes. And we know that there are several outstanding issues in the public sector which the unions are dealing with. Government took certain unilateral action to remove some payments, like for example mileage, increment payments, which has been part of the public sector workers' salaries for years. That has been removed, and so there are issues out there right now in the public sector, in the security sector. Ryder, I don't know what is happening there. Let me try and reconnect. In the security services, we know that there are issues out there too. The security guards, as you know, they have been fighting employment issues. Yes. You know, last year the court ruled that they are not contract workers.
You have reached
they are permanent employees, and therefore they should be afforded the benefits of permanent employees. But there are still several issues out there. I know that they have a matter in court, and the rider.
You just get cut off. I'm hearing you, man.
Yes. Okay. So you are back with us now, right?
Yes, boss. Definitely.
Okay. Right. So, what is happening in the industry, sir? What are some of the latest happenings?
Yeah, as I was saying to you last week, one of the things that continue to happen in the industry is where the regulation of the companies, the different companies concerned, by the Ministry of Labor and the Private Security Regulation Authority. Mm-hmm. There are some companies out there that are still floating the law. They are not abiding by the law and the rule. Where the rate of pay is concerned, right? There are companies out there that are still not paying overtime, and yet still guards are working in excess of 40 hours per week.
Yes.
It's also stipulated in the law that when you work on a rest day, they are supposed to be paid double time, and on holidays. Now, where the rest day, double time for rest day is concerned, it's really a new thing. It's because it was supposed to be all these years, but it's like they wasn't following the law. But now that it's stipulated by the last increase, that when you work on a rest day, you must be paid double. A lot of guys are not aware of it, and because of that, they are exploited out of their double time whenever time they work 7 days a week on their rest day.
Yes.
The other thing is that we're supposed to have an insurance of 3.2 million. I think we're in police that we are covered the same amount of insurance. A company companies, they are the one that's supposed to insure you for that. Right now you have a lot of companies that are not insuring them guards.
Whoa.
Right? Some of them, you have companies out there right now with the insurance, they are drawing the insurance money from the guards. That is illegal. That is illegal.
No.
The company is supposed to stand the insurance for the guard. And when things like that happen, it put some of the bigger companies at a disadvantage. Because what you will find, those companies that is float in the law, they are getting contracts over the bigger company or the companies who are obeying the law. Right?
And government contracts too?
Government contracts too. Government contracts too.
Yeah.
That's not right. That is where the Private Security Regulation Authority is supposed to come in.
Yes.
Right? The Private Security Regulation Authority, they're not doing nothing. They're not doing their job. Right?
And the Ministry of Labour should be made aware of these breaches.
Yes, the Ministry of Labour should be made aware of it, and they themselves should send out their field officers to go and inspect, carry out some inspection at these different all the companies to ensure that they are following the law and doing the right thing.
Yes.
Right? All these things are not happening. Therefore, a lot of companies, right now is over 25,000 to 30,000 security guard across the island, with something like about, how much company them say, about 300?
Yes, so many.
Right? So a lot of companies.
Yes.
Right? And a lot of breach going on. I know you have God out there, we're working on, if something should, God forbid, if something should go wrong with him, and company, family, and beneficiary don't have nothing to get to, sir.
Boy, no, I can't imagine that at all. So, for example, all those security guards who are carrying out, for example, escorting money.
Even some of them, yes. Even some of these guards who you say are carrying money. You want some of these, you have a lot of companies doing it. Right? Some of them not doing it on a wide scale, like the Beryllium or I can call company name. You
mean companies that are, if you know. Yes.
You have companies right across the country that is doing carrying money, and them guys don't insure. Them guys don't insure. And of these guys who do it, some of them they don't even know their rights, and some of them they're just doing it. They're doing it because why a man want a job and thing, and him can't bother to go through all of these things, and him just go on with the flow. He want a job. He having paying for go to school. He having bills to pay, and all of these things.
Yes, I can't really imagine that too. Because times are tough. Times are tough. Yes.
Times are tough.
Yes.
Right? But at the same time, you're putting yourself and your family at a disadvantage when something should go wrong.
Yes, of course. Like for example, those guards who you told me about who were injured on the job and received no compensation.
Right? They get injured on the job. Even the last shooting that took place at Scotia and Portmore. I know the man is not telling them stop paying the man. And the man is injured, basically have a permanent injury. He can't walk straight. He can't sit up long. Right?
Yes.
And I mean, they should be paying him sick leave. Them stop paying.
Yes.
Because I think one of the reasons because he refused to sign the new contract.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
The new contract, it's not him alone. A number of us don't sign the new contract because the new contract, it's saying that they are terminating our years of service without blame or fault. right?
And no compensation for those years.
And they don't want to compensate us for those years. They have to sign in this contract, this new contract. You would be extinguishing and superseding all existing contract. Right? So basically, what that means, them don't owe you anything.
No.
That's what they're trying to tell you. Right? That can't be. That cannot be, Mr. Richard. That cannot be. I'm on a working on industry for 40 years. I tell him, say, you have to terminate him service without any. When in the first place, we were not supposed to be on any contract. We are workers. No. Because under the Ministry of Labor Law, we are workers. Right? The contract thing that they bring into security companies, it wasn't done by law, you know. It wasn't done by the government. It wasn't passed by no law, no House of Parliament or anything. The company them take it upon themselves and do it because they want to make more for themselves.
Yes.
And it applied us. Right?
Yes.
So all of them things, Mr. Richard, the Private Security Regulation Authority, we have a security guard not supposed to operate without a license. That's how they set it. Since 1994, when KD Knight was the Minister of Security, he passed that law. And the license only lasts for 1 year. Every year you have to renew it. And the license for armed guard is $2,500. And for unarmed guard, I think it's about $2,000 for unarmed guard.
Yes.
Right? And we, as I tell you, we are 25,000 to 30,000 strong. So do the maths. It's so much money that. And they not do anything for us. If we have a problem with the company, with the workplace or the company, you can't go to them for no redress. So basically, you have to concern them and collect money on the false pretense.
Yes. No, it is unbearable, man, the situation. And then, as you said, no, the Supreme Court ruling last year, and you have companies who have turned their backs on those rulings. They are not obeying the rules. No. That is why. When is the court date? I know the guys have a matter in court. When it's supposed to go back?
We have two court dates. One for marksman is the 11th of December, and one for guardsman is the 13th of December.
Okay.
And you will understand that marksman and guardsman are the same group of company.
Yes.
Right. Yes. And they're man, the whole of them, the same group of company. Right.
Well, let us see how that matter, how the court rule on those matters. But in the meantime, the workers are suffering because the workers, for example, they are exposed, right?
Yes.
And as you pointed out, workers who are injured on the job, their medical expenses have been cut off. Yes. And workers are now forced to be working without protection, without adequate protection. Because the workers have their responsibilities to attend to. So right. But the situation is far from what it is supposed to be, man.
What it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Definitely. So I hope that with this court, the court will settle that again, because with the ruling of September last year.
Yes, sir.
That ruling, that ruling should settle everything,
Yes, it ought to.
It should have settled everything, but because some of these companies, one of these companies, there's like they have a association, they have farmer association, the companies, the management of these companies, the farmer association is called the JSIS. The Jamaica Society for Industrial Security.
Yes.
that association, it don't represent security guard. It represents the companies.
Yes, okay.
You understand me? It represents the companies, the management. The president is George Overton. Right? The treasurer is another manager from one of the other company. The director, one of the directors is a manager from another company. So it's like their union that.
Okay. Understood.
Right.
Yeah.
But we is concerned right now. We would really need the union. We need to have a union that can, represent us later. Because we ourselves, they don't want to listen to us. If we have a union, you know what the union is, it gives you more power.
Yes,
like,
but one of the issues there, and this is something that is a very old issue, that security guards are not joining the unions.
Yes, boss. Without a doubt, that is one of the biggest issues that we have.
Yes.
Amongst ourselves, security guards, they are reluctant to join the union.
Yes.
One, why they are so reluctant? They're afraid that they will be victimized. I think that's one of the main for a reason why a lot of that afraid to join in, because if management knows they are joining union and them get rid of you. The company do that to them workers.
Yes.
You talk about union busting.
Yes, but one of the things that the guard should understand is that okay, you have if the more the guards that join up will make it harder for them to lose their jobs, because
you can't fire all of us.
No.
You can't fire all of us. And that is the thing now where a lot of guys they fail to understand. Right, that unity is strength.
Yes, of course.
All about unite and come together and decide, so well, we want the union, we have signed up for the union, we have joined the union. Them can't fire all of us. We don't know the lot of company.
It would be harder.
And I think, I don't know, more time I wonder if government should make it be a compulsory that the security guard industry be unionized. Right? But because, I mean, the law is already there still, we have the right to join a union of a choice.
Yes.
I don't know, boss. Man and woman in the security industry, they lack a certain knowledge and understanding. Right? They lack a certain knowledge and understanding, Mr. Richard. And that's one of the hindrance. Come one of the hindrance why up until we don't have we can't have a union.
Yes, that is
lately, Mr. Morrison was able to get the embassy, the guys that work at the embassy circuit, to be unionized, because those guards, those set of guards, they are from the same group of companies that I'm telling you about. They are a group of companies, but they have to give those guys full employment. And it's just like about 200 of them.
Yes.
Right? They are not under no contract they have, because the embassy, they are not into those kind of employment. They have to give them work, full employment.
Yeah, but they are not, it's not the embassy employ them.
No, it's not the embassy employ them.
Yeah, but those guys are treated differently.
But they are treated differently.
Yes.
Right? They are treated differently. All right. The contract is the embassy contract. If they dictate how they want certain things to be done, you know. If the company fails to do it, they'll take away the contract.
Yes, okay.
Right? And that contract is a lucrative contract.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, yes.
A lucrative contract for the company, so they will follow whatever rules they say in order to keep that contract. So because of that reason, and those guys, they are specialized, they specially trained, because you can't just take up anybody and just put over that side work.
Right.
You have a specially trained, your shooting have to be up to a certain mark because you are trained by the U.S. Marine.
Yes.
Right? And for you to go work over this, you a whole antecedent have to done. A whole background check have to do upon you.
Yes.
Right? File officer in Washington and all of them, something them do background check by you. Pass it before you can go work on the embassy circuit or any one of them, the diplomat, them resident, because both them, any one of them facility, because they have, the US, they have a work for different places in Jamaica.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So they were able to, Mr. Morris were able to get them to be unionized. So they must treat them different.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. Have to treat them different.
So, Ryder, let us say thank you very much. To be continued. We'll talk again.
Yes, Mr. Morris, Mr. Richard, and to Dr. Kiffin.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Kiffin, take them things to the street last week, man.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And they are still
I like the militancy, you know.
Yeah, they are
see
still.
on the line here?
Yes. All right, so we'll talk.
All right, Mr. Richard.
All right.
Have a good day.
Okay, yes. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio. Okay, welcome back to the radio. Yes, and we have now Mr. Granville Valentine, and he is the President, General Secretary of the National Workers Union. Mr. Valentine, I hope I get your title right.
Could you repeat? I was a little distracted. Could you repeat?
I said you are the General Secretary of the National Workers Union.
Yes, and also the General Secretary, the Vice President of
yes, also Vice President of the, yes, I remember that. I was there last week when the announcement was made.
Yes, I was pretty much overseas, but I see my people still have the confidence in me.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Of which I am very appreciative of.
Yes.
And the work goes on.
Of course, of course. So at the conference, it was announced that you were overseas attending the union business.
Yes.
That is what the conference was told.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
I sit on a commission, the management committee of the overseas work program.
Okay.
And in fact, the management committee somewhat is responsible for the management of the liaison service somewhat.
Yes. So
as a result,
yes.
As you know, there are some concerns, there are some changes. And let me make it categorically clear. I'm not speaking for and behalf of the management committee. I'm giving my view and also explaining the capacity that we sit. These are things that this is a body that started out almost 60 years ago.
All right.
Out of a partnership between Jamaica and the Canadian government. There is also a partnership with the U.S. government. It's a little different, but almost the same. And that is about 75 years. And this was a way for, I think, my understanding is that where the Canadian government could give aid and help the Jamaican government and didn't want to give straight cash.
Mm-hmm.
So the exchange program where we provide farm workers, eligible farm workers, to the farmers across Canada was a big deal. And when I'm growing up in the country, it was a real big deal. Still is, but in a different shape and form. So, you know, you have about 165 roughly farms across Canada that our workers participate in.
165?
Roughly 165.
Yes.
Yes, and we are very mindful of the importance of this arrangement. We have a duty and responsibility to provide service, and good service, hard but smart work. The farmers have a duty and responsibility to treat us with care and with decency and dignity.
Right.
Pay us fairly, etc. But there are some rules that governs and there are some laws that governs. For example, the safety laws in Jamaica might not be the exact safety law in Canada. Some Jamaicans are not mindful of that. The standards that exist within the workplace and the standards in Canada may differ. Sometimes good or bad, sometimes same. So when some people speak of bad treatment, we have to go and investigate for ourselves. That there was a fact-finding team, but there is also this physical team, led by the Minister of Labour, whoever the Minister of Labour is, at any time. Now it's President Charles Jr. And the Permanent Secretary, along with some board members, to see these things for ourselves, to talk to the people, to examine the workplace, the condition of work, including living facilities.
Yes.
And we kind of target some of the workplaces that were in the news. What we have discovered many things, good things and bad things.
Yes.
Because as the minister had clearly indicated, that he's here as the vanguard to represent the workers' rights and justice, whilst mindful of the investors' interests, and that we should ensure that we deliver based on the agreements.
Yes.
Some of I tell you, you're a journalist that I have great regard and respect for many, many, many years. Part of our problem, we don't do investigative journalism as it used to be in the past.
Yes, sir.
So we listen to what can be a good news bite, and sense that hot bread. So we push it out and we don't investigate deeper.
Yes.
I am here to tell you.
Yes.
I have witnessed, tour, examined some living facilities. And I am not carrying you away. Housing in uptown St. Andrew is no better, not as good. Millions of dollars invested in them.
Okay.
We have seen a few that is below par. And we would have clearly voiced our opinion, our position, and the liaison service should have, in some instance, take away our workers. Don't send back workers there if they can't have it fixed.
Yes.
But what I can tell you is that we have also discovered, and I believe, as an advocate myself, and I believe that in some part of you are an advocate. Advocacy, nothing is wrong with good advocacy. You advocate for rights and justice and all sorts of things. Eh? But people who camouflage a situation to be advocates with an agenda to undermine and to destroy a program of 60 years that helped thousands and thousands and thousands of Jamaicans. Might be 10,000 a year. That's dangerous.
Yes.
What we have discovered is that a particular advocate who is from a Twin Island, who is voicing out and leading and misleading in our opinion. It is alleged. You never see a worker from that country protesting.
So
this is something we are discovering.
Yes,
but not only that we have never seen a worker from that country protesting. What we have further found out is that workers from those countries are taking some of the jobs that the Jamaica had. So when the Jamaica fallout comes about with the employers, because everything is in the news and nothing not discussing at the local level again. Like in trade union, we would discuss matter at the local level, and your representative will come in if it can't work, and you go further where you would have we're dealing with issues of referring to ministry, etc. That is not happening.
Okay.
So what they do is make promises to some of our guys. There are guys that I know went up there, and this man in 1 year sent back $1.5 million to his family.
Wow. So tell me something. Tell me something.
That's why I'm finished that point.
Yes.
That's why I'm finished this point. The advocates reach out and promise this guy to stay and know what him can do for them. The man went off the farm and go work in a bakery. He can come back to me. And he call me, beg me to get him back on farm. I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah?
So
I can't.
So this advocate is he a trade unionist, and which country is he from? Which one of the Caribbean countries is he from?
I gave you an hint,
Yeah.
Gave you an hint, a Twin Island.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, and you have some more with their personal agenda. And I can speak to that because of what I've seen.
Yes.
What I've heard. People who have spoken to.
Yes.
Because enough of the people over there that know me from trade union.
Yes.
Walk and talk to the people and go in at them bunkers, drive them one side out of a meeting and talk to them.
Okay.
So I am not here to say that there are not incidents or bad situations that exist. But it is surely nothing near the majority. Nothing near, it is not even 5%.
Yes. So you're saying based on what you saw, that the majority of what you saw were passing good facilities for the workers.
And I said something earlier I want to say to you. Some of the conditions that we are saying is deplorable.
Yes.
It is the standard. It might be the minimum standard, but it is the standard that meets the Canadian government's law. You can't go in a man's country and create your own law.
No, you can't do that.
So one has to look deeper. And one of the approach that is being taken, because in the last trip, the minister and the team met with the Senate in Ottawa, met with the Minister of Labor, met with Minister of Women Affairs. The ambassador was a part of the delegation. The consulate was a part of the delegation. Along with, led by the minister, and also on this side, and also the permanent secretary. So the talks has moved from just we meeting with farms and the farmers and the president of farmers, of which I was a party to those discussions.
Yes.
Right? The truth is, there is more work to be done. I see willingness from the both sides, and we ourselves are looking at changes that could deal with issues of concerns.
Yes.
I mean, you're running a program, and the program set up for 50, 60 years. There are some things that is archaic. There are some things that have been there for a long time. And some of those things we have to look at how we change it to suit today. My brother, there are people that are up there that should not have been up there.
You mean workers?
Yeah, well, I don't call them workers.
Why? You mean why they are not?
There are few people that go through, that slip through the crack.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
That should not have been there if we had a better recommendation program approach.
Yes.
Those who recommend people, and if we had we scrutinize more carefully in our selection and interviews.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Yeah.
I understand.
And I tell you, one or two that slip through the crack are the same 5% that is giving us beer trouble in this country.
Okay.
So when they go there, there's no difference in their action. Yeah?
Yes.
No difference. Listen to this. A man was seen on a particular farm, working diligently and hard and well. But every morning, you know these farms are miles sometimes, acres and acres of land. The man going in one direction, way down south. So somebody get inquisitive and decide to check out down south.
Yes.
You know the man down there?
No. Smoke?
I have a ganja farm down there. He ever said to you?
Yes.
He ever tell you?
Yes.
I have a ganja farm down there. Marky, if you're licensed, you can now go it in Jamaica. But apparently, he had it for other reasons that the law doesn't provide for.
Yes.
You know, so, we just have to look and see how we can protect this program. Because my brother, I see myself running a leg of a race, a relay. I know I have a baton, and don't know how long ago I have it for. But that baton, I must run it the best leg.
Yeah.
And when I pass it on, there's some advantage that exists for our next man. Yeah?
Yes, sir.
To run his leg or her leg in a better way.
Yes,
There are changes that is necessary, both locally and overseas, and we are looking at all of those. Everything is at the table. We are looking at administrative changes. Even the way we chose liaison officers. We have to look at that now and how the program is designed. But I don't want to go too deep in that publicly, but we're looking at every different avenue. Okay. We're looking at and interrogating the fact-finding report because we must see it in a positive light.
Yes.
And take the good criticism, because many of it is constructive criticism, and to see how we can make it better. Because the program must survive. The program is a program that we need.
Yes.
So, we had 2 trips, maybe for the first time, back to back, within a month. That is how vigorous we are looking at what is absolute necessary now.
Okay, get you. Turn our attention to some local issues now. The local industrial scene is far from quiet. There are still several outstanding issues in with the public sector. You have the security guards issue. Dental surgeons are on strike. What are you seeing, Mr. Valentine? What from where you sit? What is in front of you? How you see the trade you, the workers?
I'm very concerned.
Yes.
Very concerned because if we don't stand on our feet firmly, then the rights and justice of the working class, and it has been happening for some time now,
yes,
will diminish and at some time no longer exist.
Okay.
We are at a time, living in a time that we must not just defend and protect the legacy of our forefathers, but we must leave our own prints. And I see some instances where we are struggling to defend the legacy.
Mm-hmm.
So, on our side, we have to wake up. And we have to light that fire back in our guts where it is no longer lit. Or it out.
Yes, sir.
In a very informed way.
Mm-hmm.
Why so? We're living at a time in the 21st century where technology has changed a lot of things. And we are living in a time that, you want us to be great thinkers and creators. At a time where the trade union movement is no longer just the vanguard of the working class, but we are now management.
Yes.
And why do I say that? We are now sitting, we have a seat at the decision-making table now. Back in the days, we have to bonfire and light place and mash up things to get our voice be heard. We should be stronger now than then.
Mm-hmm.
But in instances, we seem to be weaker.
Yes, sir.
And that we have to look back in ourselves and say, what is it that we are doing wrong? What is it that we didn't get right? Or what is it that we are not focused on? So we must ensure that we influence changes at the decision-making table.
Yes, of course.
We must prepare ourselves better.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Mark, if the trade union wasn't around, but we can get better results and more results. I have not seen this time in my lifetime where trade unions and workers are so the level of unrest and disruption. And I said disruption is not from workers. But majority of the disruption is caused by leaders, management and government.
Yes.
Because of bad decisions.
Okay.
For example, we are now still dealing with issues of the public sector, such as increment.
Yes, sir.
That is the one that we can fall asleep on. No government, no management, nobody in the collective bargaining process has a right to change a negotiated benefit or policy unilaterally.
No, that.
And more so, when something did not come for as a part of a discussion, you can't go out and change it. So, I mean, we have said that very clearly in a respectful way to the Minister of Finance and his team.
Mm.
And the talks go on. You'd have seen that there are changes at the Confederation of Trade Unions. Pretty much the same body a part of the same body that was there, which I'm still. And I am never afraid to say the influence and institutional knowledge of Ellen Davis White and Lambert Brown is paramount to assist in where we're going. It's not something that can just push aside and throw aside.
Right.
There is a great need, and I have reached out, and we are seeing where they will play a particular role. You know, so there's changing of the guard. I have the confidence in my brother, who is now president, and we will give every help, every assistance. We will work hard and smart. We will be team players for the thing to work. No individual can do it alone. So, but I'm saying it in this way, that all the influence, all the bodies have to come together. All hands will have to be on deck.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Because the challenges are mountain high. And if there was never a time the workers need the work, their trade unionists, they need us now.
Yes, sir.
Like as far back as 1938, there are some things and some principles that have not changed. They are still the same today. The workers need a trade union then, and good leaders, qualified leaders that are selfless. We need such leaders today. I am happy to play my small role. You know, I never politicize my role as a trade union leader. I love my country. I fight for my country. I have a mandate from the working class. I sit in a space where I'm supposed to be the defender of the working class and the vanguard, part of the vanguard, the team of vanguard that exists. But I also am aware that we must protect our country. Part of that country protection is protecting the working class people.
Yes,
I have seen some persons who 20 years ago, 30 years ago, they would never have said some things. When you look at how we struggle today in negotiation and fight just to get a little much, I don't know, you see how it is easy for some management to get huge increases coming from the same pot. It tells you that injustice is alive and well. Now all I'm saying, I'm not expecting that the workers or the regular workers will get the same piece of the pie. But it must be fair. It must be just. What portion they get. We must move away from survival.
Yeah.
Livable wages, livable benefits, that people can have a decent living. If we don't look at that, then we will forever be having the injustices, and you will have forever having people have great fallouts. Some of the people are just ignorant and mad, so just so you know. We must pull up the bottom like Singapore, where many persons in Singapore, if you can find anybody that do certain labor work or auxiliary staff coming from Singapore, them come across to come work under that. Like we go in the first world country, because the people in United States and in Canada don't want the work that we go pick up, go do, you know. We must dream big. I keep saying to people, Jamaica is a first world country with a third world economy, and we need to work on the economy and with the standard of living of the people to ensure that we move out of third world. But we're just looking at how much money can be at the top and in the small circle. We need to ensure that crumbs is no longer for our people. but a piece of the cake.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So we have some trying times in front of us, but we will not stop. We will not waver. We will not sway. We will continue to champion the cause of the working class. Yes. In every sense, in every word, in every aspect, in every facet of life.
Yes.
We will stand up for the working class.
Certainly, sir, certainly.
Because if the working class don't produce, then you can't have efficiency. If they are not a part of the change, you will not have the level of prosperity that we speak of, or the progress, or the profit. Certainly. You must incentivize the workers.
That is
that
true.
incentive, that compensation must be respectful. Must bring about the change of acceptance and decency. Decent work agenda must be a big part of the order of the day. We can't just start these things on platforms and in boardrooms and nice speeches and write it in the paper. We must live it.
Yes, we must do it. We must do it, sir.
If we don't live it, then you will not see the change.
Yes. Well,
how can we live in a society where people struggle each day to find bus fare, taxi fare, where they're going to find food, health care, housing, education? So we are going too far backward.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Well, Sir Valentine, I want to thank you very much for your time. And as you know, this platform is wide open. This is where we used to defend the workers' rights and to talk about the issues at the workplace, because as you know, the workplace is a very serious place. So it is wide open. And
listen, my brother, as you know,
yes, you
are a real friend and brother to me.
Yes, sir.
I have the greatest respect for you.
Yes.
And sometimes I under so much pressure I don't get to catch you.
Yeah, man.
But your platform, I see it as my platform.
Yes, sir.
I see it as a workers' platform.
Right.
It's my pleasure, my brother, to talk to you again. Yes. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, sir.
It is my pleasure.
Yes.
Big respect.
Yes. That was Mr. Granville Valentine, the General Secretary of the National Workers Union. And we were talking about issues at the workplace. As you know, on Mondays between 4 and 5 is where we discuss issues at the workplace. So this has been Workers' Time. Let us go for a break. Coming up next, you have the world of sports and entertainment. This is Rebel Radio.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and foam ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin set and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagelberg Road. Telephone 93-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Saving season at Tools, Hardware and Supplies.
New arrivals are here.
with variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
Windows, doors, and much more.
so what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think tools. The one stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
Or online at toolsja.com. Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
I want to thank you, Lord, for all you have done. Yeah. He was there just in time to rescue me. He was there just in time to rescue me. I was lost in a world of sin, but he was there to take me.
Oh, so rising higher, higher, there's magic everywhere. The expectation of a nation, like music to the air. We're singing a brand new song, marching to a brand new beat. Down the hillside, through the valleys, filling every street. It's time to rise up, stand and take your place. Rise up, shine like the sun. Rise up, rise up. Your journey has just begun. Rise up, stand like the parade. Rule your destiny, be the best that you can be.
Welcome to another Monday. Welcome to World of Entertainment and Sport. This is where on this day we give you the weekend roundup in sports, in the world of football. You know, we recently had some boxing, and the much talked about Tyson Fury and Francis, Okay, so let us get into the meat of the matter with the schoolboy football that happened on the weekend. And we want to give you some result of what happened in the Costa Cup. That was on Saturday, November 4. At Mile Gully, it was Mile Gully 0, Stets 0. Manchester 2, Happy Grove 0. Taki 0, BB Coke 4. Clarendon College 1, Cornwall College 1. Other matches: Dintil Technical 2, William Nib 1. McGrath 0, Christiana 2. Port Antonio 1, Garvey Maceo, the red hot Garvey Maceo 4. From 1, Glenmore 2. It is shaping up to be a good season, and as you can see, the defending champions Clarendon College, they have the target on their back, but at this time the side Garvey Maceo is looking promising and is looking to go all the way to lifting the Costa Cup title, but other teams are going to have a say. The result of the Manning Cup quarterfinals, same date, Saturday, November 4. Manning Cup quarterfinals full time. Jamaica College 0, Hydel 1. Mona 1, Kingston College 1. St. George's College 2, Tivoli 0. Stats 2, St. Catherine I 0. And yes, the Manning Cup is taking shape. Hydel have a very good side. Yes, and they are coming. And not to underestimate Mona, that is being coached by Craig Butler will have a say. Kingston College, they're a championship team, and you can expect great things from them, even though they are not the favorite. They are a young team, but Kingston College will be in the reckoning in this Manning Cup quarterfinal as we speak there. Okay, that takes care of the Manning Cup. That's happening. That had happened on the weekend. Okay, yes, and we can expect Gabriel Maceo. Listen, this in the Group 1, Clarendon College, Glenmuir, Manchester High, and Christiana are in Group 1. In Group 2, you have BB Coke, Cornwall College, Gabriel Maceo, and Dental Technical. That's all the Group 1 and 2 line up in the quarterfinal in the DaCosta Cup. Okay, so I'm going to look at some dates where the DaCosta Cup fixtures are concerned. Group A, Clarendon College, Glenmore High, Manchester High, Christiana High. Group B, BB Coke High, Dental Tech, Cornwall College, Gabriel Maceo. Give it the matches. November 14. It's going to be Clarendon Wednesday, November 5th. All matches. Clarendon College versus Christiana. And that will be at Manchester High. That match will be starting at 3 p.m. Manchester High will be playing Glenmore. Gabriel Maceo will be playing Stets. And Cornwall and Dental Technical will be playing Cornwall College at Uwerton Sports Complex. And these matches will be taking place at Manchester High and Glenmore High, respectively. Yeah, well, the matches on the weekend, we'll give you that in subsequent announcement. Okay, but these matches are for Wednesday coming, right? Let's take care of the DaCosta Cup matches this Wednesday. We're going to shift over a little more and I'm going to give you some results in the European football that took place on the weekend, some contrasting results, and we're going to give them to you. We're going to take a short break and we'll be right back with the EPL, Bundesliga, and the La Liga. Welcome back to the weekend roundup on World of Entertainment and Sports. I'm your host, Kingsley J.J. McCullough, and giving you some results and fixtures to come, result of last week and fixtures to come in this week in European football as well as CONCACAF and in our region. I want to give you some of the results that happened on Saturday, the 4th of November, in the Premier League in England. It was Fulham 0, Manchester United 1. Brentford 3, West Ham United 2. Burnley 0, Crystal Palace 2. Everton 1, Brighton and Hove Albion 1. Manchester City, the Juggernaut 6, Bournemouth 1. Sheffield United 2, Wolves 1. A rare win there for Sheffield United. And Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0. In the La Liga, it was Osasuna 2, Girona 4. Real Betis 2, Mallorca 0. Celta Vigo 1, Sevilla 1. Real Sociedad 0, Barcelona 1. In the Serie A, Salernitana 0, Napoli 2. Atalanta 1, Inter Milan 0. AC Milan 0, Udinese 1. In the German Bundesliga, FC Cologne 1, Augsburg 1. Freiburg 3, Borussia Mönchengladbach 3. Hoffenheim 2, Bayer Leverkusen 3. Mainz 2, RB Leipzig 0. Union Berlin 0, Eintracht Frankfurt 3. Borussia Dortmund 0, Bayern Munich 4. Ligue 1 France, Lorient 0, Lens 0. Marseille 0, Lille 0. Championship in England, Birmingham City 2, Ipswich Town 2. Bristol City 1, Sheffield Wednesday 0. Huddersfield Town 0, Watford 0. Millwall 0, Southampton 1. Plymouth Argyle 3, Middlesbrough 3. Preston North End 3, Coventry City 2. Rotherham United 1, Queen's Park Rangers 1. Stoke City 0, Cardiff City 0. Swansea City 0, Sunderland 0. West Bromwich Albion 3, Hull City 1. That takes care of the major matches on Saturday, November 4, with those results. Results, Sunday, November 5. In the English Premier League, Luton Town 1, Liverpool 1. Another shock surprise result. Liverpool almost lost that one. So that's a good point for Luton Town, who is struggling at the latter part of the table. Nottingham Forest 2, Aston Villa 0. A rare win there for Nottingham Forest. And Aston Villa, they have European match as well. Okay. In the La Liga, Sunday, November 5th, Deportivo Alves 1, Almeria 0. Valencia 1, Granada 0. Villarreal 2, Athletic Club 3. Real Madrid 0, Rayo Vallecano 0. In the Serie A, Verona 1, Monza 3. Cagliari 2, Genoa City 1. Roma 2, Lecce 1. Fiorentina 0, Juventus 1. In the Bundesliga, Sunday, November 5th, Wolfsburg 2, Werder Bremen 2. FC Heidenheim 2, VB Stuttgart 0. League 1 in France. Lyon 1, Metz 1. Nantes 0, Reims 1. Strasbourg 0, Clermont-Foot 0. Talou 1, Le Havre 2. Monaco 2, Brest 0. Nice 2, Rennes 0. Championship in England, Norwich City 1 and Blackburn Rovers 2. Rounding off the 11th round of the weekend, matches today. Tottenham Hotspur 1, Chelsea 4. That's a really surprising result, because you don't know when Chelsea is really gonna, but this one is really surprising. Tottenham losing there to Chelsea. La Liga, Spain, Getafe 1, Cadiz 0. The Serie A, Frosinone 2, Empire 1. Torino 2, Sassuolo 1. Those are the round of matches between Friday of last week, the 3rd, and today on the in Europe. Okay, we're going to take a look now at other fixtures that are coming up. We know that we have the Champions League. We're going to give you the fixtures as follow. Champions League Group E. Atletico Madrid at home to Celtic. Lazio at home to Feyenoord. Both matches begin at 3 p.m. Jamaica time. I don't know what's your time in your country. Borussia Dortmund will be hosting Newcastle. That will be a good match. Result can go either way. AC Milan will be hosting PSG, Paris Saint-Germain. Another good match, and that's Group F. In Group G, FK Zvezda will be hosting RB Leipzig, and Manchester City will be hosting Young Boys. In Group H, Shakhtar Donetsk will be hosting Barcelona at 12:45, and FC Porto will be hosting Royal Antwerp at 3 p.m. Jamaica time. And in the English Championship, Rotherham United will be hosting Ipswich Town. Wednesday, Champions League. At 3, both matches at 3 p.m. Bayern Munich will be hosting Galatasaray, and FC Copenhagen will be hosting Manchester United. This is Group A, and it's very interesting. Bayern Munich leads the group with second place Galatasaray, Manchester United in third on 3 points, and FC Copenhagen. So it is left to be seen if Galatasaray will get a point from Bayern Munich, and if Manchester United can go to Denmark and take all 3 points from FC Copenhagen. That's the match on Wednesday, the 8th of November. Group B, Champions League. Arsenal will be hosting Sevilla. Great match. I expect Sevilla, to perform against this Arsenal team. And PSV Eindhoven will be hosting Lens. Both matches beginning at 3 p.m. Champions League Group C. Napoli will be hosting Union Berlin, and Real Madrid will be hosting Braga. Champions League Group D. Real Sociedad will be hosting Benfica, and FC Salzburg will be hosting Inter. Okay, those are some of the matches that will be taking place Tuesday and Wednesday in the European Champions League. We'll give you a few matches in the Europa League. Freiburg TSC Baku Topola West Ham United will be hosting Olympiacos. Ajax will be hosting Brighton at 12:45. AEK Athens will be hosting Marseille. Group C, Rangers will be hosting Sparta Prague. And Real Betis, Aris Limassol. Europa Group D, Atlanta will be hosting Sturm Graz. Sporting CP, Rakow Seskowa. Czech Stowa. Right. Those matches will be taking place at 3 p.m. Okay, we have given you those so far, and you know the results sometimes vary in these leagues because you don't know the teams that are going to turn up. You don't know the teams' first players, and sometimes the results are so contrasting that you're not expecting. So look out for some unusual result, just like what happened on the weekend in the European League, in the English League, and the Bundesliga, all that. So you can expect fireworks and some good result there. We're gonna just take another break, and we'll come back. We'll give you some other things, including some music.
Here come the black and the green and the gold. Control, giving everything we got. Heart.
They keep on putting we to the test bar. Us to fail the big tremendous success. Therefore, my brethren, we got to do our best. Whether or not so this our way.
No more war.
Don't take it for granted.
take time out to recognize and to reach out to all my fans and friends in Nigeria, in Ghana, and to Maggie in Saudi Arabia. Just to big you up on Rebel Radio as we are going through this last segment here. We're about to wrap up. Just wanted to tell you, stay safe, stay cool. Continue to do the positive things. Continue to share your love. Continue to do the right thing, and always put the Father before. Pray. You don't know what can happen, but you just have the faith and know that you're going out there. I was sending out this message to my friends, everyone right around the world. You know yourself, Maggie, Merlita, Lady Ahalia, and everyone. Just take care. This is World of Sports and Entertainment. I'm your host, Kingsley JJ Makala. We're going to take you out. This has been Weekend Roundup.
No matter where you do, you know, say that we can't stop. We stand up and salute out to the yellow, the green, the black. I make them know, say that we want this mystic. Yeah. The world is for your taking, and giving up is the only crime. Now written on the pages of history, this is your moment, this is your time. Yeah. Now.
Welcome to Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast live. This is the 96th episode of the podcast. Please like, share, and subscribe. With me this morning are Desmond Richards, journalist and founder of Rebel Radio Jamaica, and Mary White, blogger, author, and businesswoman. The man who is giving us his technical support is Joshua Black from Joshua Black Media Services. I'm Franklin McKnight. Let's get right into it. You can share your comments with us and your questions throughout the podcast. Now, today, Desmond Richards wants to take on water as water supply and body cams. Mary wants to continue with dating, and Desmond has told her already that he will tackle her on that, and the value placed on some women. I want to go back to an issue that I believe will have to be settled before any true development will take place in Jamaica. And I don't mean crime. In fact, crime and law and order are also affected by this long-standing and present-day issue. Okay, so we will first hand over to Desmond Richards. Desmond, you have some issues with body cams. I know they were raised this past week by the head of Indicom. You fought now.
Yes. Good morning to my listeners, our listeners and viewers. Now, this issue of body cams, police, security, members of the security forces, specifically the police, wearing body cam, is an issue that has been on the table for some while now. And the security minister and the commissioner of police announced earlier on, about more than a year, or about a year ago, that they have acquired hundreds of body cams and police now would be going out on duty, would start wearing them. Well, to date, what we know now, that 119 fatal shootings last so far this year, and not one, the police are not wearing body cams. So they can't.
I said that there was one in a little about over 107 cases, one camera war in those cases.
So what that has done, that has deprived the process of evidence gathering. And this is bad for the police. And because some of these shootouts that we are talking about, they are genuine shootouts. But what we want the police to be in a position to show us the evidence. Now, by not wearing the body cam, what they are doing, they are assisting in hiding evidence and giving the investigative process a bad name. This is something that I think the government must approach. No.
Well, he said, Desmond, if I would join you there, Mr. Faulkner said that an important side issue to this, an important part of this, is that in every jurisdiction where body cams are used, there is a greater level of trust and confidence in the reporting by the police. And that is very important in this society. In other words,
yes,
people know that the evidence is going to be available to the investigators, to the oversight body. It is very important. And I think that it is imperative that the police high command and the JDF high command should move now and let's stop talking about body cams and get them. Desmond.
Well, as I said, that is the reason why I am stunned, because my way of thinking, and I think a number of persons think this way, is that wearing body cam is a process that is going to aid the investigative process. It is going to bring more trust and confidence to the process. I think a lot of people believe in that. And therefore, I am shocked that the police are not wearing body cams.
I join you in that. Now, we want to go quickly to Mary. Mary, last week you were telling us about dating, and before Desmond gives you his bombshell on that,
yes,
finish telling us what are the signs of a good date.
Okay, so I am going to put the tips in the chat, as well as they're also on my page, on my blog, maryamy.org, for those who want to go there to see the tips, because we don't have a lot of time to go over them this morning. So we were at number 4. So we went through know and decide where you're going to go before asking her out. Clean up yourself so you look good. Prepare conversations to keep her engaged. Be a gentleman. Do all the chivalrous things. We're now at number 5. Take your time and follow her cues. You don't want to be rushing her during the date. If you don't have time for the date, don't make it. 6 is to prioritize her. Let her feel that she has your full focus and attention. Turn off your phone, no phone distraction. 7, be open to trying new things. When you ask her out on the date, she may very well say, why not come to my house, let me cook you a nice home-cooked meal.
And you'd prefer that?
Some women want that. So if she brings it up, then by all means, but don't approach her with that. Let her suggest that. 8, be commanding.
Why shouldn't you approach her with that?
No, you shouldn't. As a man, it sends a whole lot of red flags when a man invite themselves to your house in their first set of conversations. Let the woman lead on that. 8, be commanding, be decisive, participate, share views. I hate men who don't have an opinion, who don't have a point of view. You ask them something, you can't get a feedback on anything. So
because they're focusing on something else. Because they're focusing on something else.
Yes, it's like they're not present in the moment, so they can't follow the conversation and contribute to it. That's just a no-no. 9, budget for dessert. Literally, this puts the icing on the cake. When you go out, that little time, dessert changes the mood and the energy of the date. So budget for dessert, linger. 10, plan ahead. Make the next date before you end the current date. A man who does that scores 10 out of 10 on my book.
Desmond.
Mary.
Response, man. You said you have a response.
Yes, sir, Desmond.
Mary.
Mm-hmm.
I want you, I know you know this, but I'm going to, what you have just outlined, you know.
Yes.
That is part of a socialized process, you know.
I know.
No, yes, no, I have not done any survey, but I am willing to say to you that persons born in Jamaica,
yes,
between 1980 and now, they don't know what you are talking about because the lifestyle has changed, the man-woman relationship has changed, and therefore a man seeking a relationship with a woman now, he is driven. The first thing on his mind is having sex.
So
right?
Desmond, if this
he is not socialized to prepare the ground, to prepare the woman, to have a discussion. Listen, you're talking about, you must listen to the conversation that the young people are having nowadays. Listen, you can't argue. You can't get many of them to argue anything about any current affairs. You think you can have a discussion with them on any current affairs? They are not with that. They are more in, we can tell you about dancehall. They can tell you something about gully bop. They can tell you something about dancehall music.
They would have one engaging conversation to talk about on the date. But I will say this, Brother Desmond. If you are right that dating has died, then what you're going to see is a degradation and a disintegration of relationships, because dating is a social norm, it's a cultural thing in place to control, to build good relationships. So if people are not dating, Sir Desmond, then relationships can't be built strongly. So you're going to have a whole lot of chaos in family, children, the whole culture.
But apart from it being a social norm, what does it do in the relationship to two people? In other words, can't I just come by, you said, for example, that a man shouldn't bring up the business of inviting himself to a woman's house. Can't I just invite you to my house? We can sit down, we can chat, you can sit down on my bed, you can go in the kitchen, you can help me. If I'm a single man, etc., etc. What's wrong with that?
Everything is wrong with that, Sir Mark. Everything is wrong with that. A man should respect the space, the sanctity of a woman. I meet you, I don't know anything about you. And unless a woman has no proper upbringing, we're taught stranger danger. You're a stranger to me. And if you are a well-thinking man, so that's your first cue for me. 0 out of 10 for you right there. So the minute you come to your space for me to violate my safety and security, to come into your space, not knowing you like that, then I know that this is a man that you're not. That's a toss for me. You're going to toss right back on the pile. I'm done. You're not a keeper.
Oh, okay. All right. I want to know.
Well, Franklin.
Go ahead, Desmond.
Franklin. Yeah. No, the other thing is that Mary perspective, is coming from the fact that she was socialized along these lines. No, when you look at social relationship in Jamaica now, and you look at the problems out there, you can see that
problems, Brother David, because Brother Desmond, if the social fabric and dating is a cornerstone to building social relationships,
but
if
that has been
destroyed, then no wonder we're having all this chaos in the world with family.
Well, I agree with you. I I want you to understand that I am for dating, because first of all, it's not just the woman. I want to know the woman too, that woman is a stranger to me.
Absolutely.
So I want to know her, right? But
and it is the time that we're supposed to be like, it's like a job interview, Brother David, Desmond. You can't say, okay, you're just going to take somebody into your organization, give them position of power. We don't know anything about them. That's why organizations have interviews.
Yes.
Applications are sent in, vetted, the person is met, and determine whether or not they have the skills to carry out the job function. So the dating is the equivalent of the interview.
Okay.
I think.
Pardon me, Desmond is saying that it's not happening anymore. The guys and the girls not interested in it anymore. Mary is saying it should happen.
Serious social problems. If that is true, we are going to have some serious social problems.
Well, let me move away to another issue that I think is a big social problem. And in fact, Desmond and I explored this much earlier on in the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast. If you're just joining in and you're wondering where you are at, this is the live edition of the Frankly Speaking Jamaica podcast, and we are discussing a variety of issues. And I want to discuss this matter of squatting and capture land. Now, they underline a deeper issue of land distribution in Jamaica and landlessness. I am raising it again, and I'm going to follow it up when I get a chance, because at this time, lots of political talk is taking place. Some of it absolute trash, but some of it mentioning issues that the country should be dealing with, or issues that the country is dealing with. Now, we were told more than 10 years ago that roughly 1 million Jamaicans are living in informal settlements, in captured lands, uncaptured lands. Roughly 1 million. One out of every 3 Jamaicans. This is a huge issue. There is no parish in Jamaica, though some are more notorious than others, and there is no parish where there are not several settlements with captured lands, where people capture land and do whatever they do. Now, it is also true, though we don't like to say it, that in many of these captured land settlements, there are no pathways that make police and soldiers and even other emergency vehicles go through comfortably, and that there are unlawful activities by the score in many of them. We don't like to say it because we believe we're going to stigmatize everybody, but we're not saying everybody in squatter settlements are criminal. We're not saying all of them are. It's not true. But we are saying that in many of them, and when you go to any police briefing and you hear, or if you're in the rural areas and you ask police what are the tough neighborhoods or tough communities, they are often deprived communities, which equate often with squatting communities. I think that the country has an opportunity and an obligation to deal with squatting. I will stop there for the moment, Desmond, and ask your opinion.
Miss Franklin, you know my opinion, you know. Let me look at this. Slavery was abolished, and I personally did not expect anything from the slave masters. But since 1944, we are in charge of our own house. Now, yes, there have been some changes, but the political parties are not serious about giving land to the landless. They are not serious about it. If they were serious, you would have seen a comprehensive land reform program aimed at providing land for the landless. Now, for example, you think dating takes place in squatter communities? Squatter communities, they are the nurseries for serious crime and violence in the country. They are without amenities, no proper roads, no proper sanitary. These are loosely built communities.
Not standard.
No.
We live in bad circumstances in many of them.
Yes, and if you listen to the discussion, the country is in an election mode now. If you listen to the discussion, do you hear any serious discussion coming from either of the parties about plans to address the squatter communities in Jamaica, to provide land for the landless? I have not heard it.
None at all. Even if they were to say I'm against it. But guess what happens? And that's the point I'm raising, because we are in election mode, as you point out. The councillors, not so much MPs now, although some of them are attending divisional meetings and so forth. They are the people walking through these very communities seeking votes now, you know. And it must be dawning on them the nature of these communities and what they are. And increasingly over the next year or so, whenever the general is going to be held, people are going to be walking through these communities. And it's more than time that we have a serious discussion in Jamaica about what to do about squatting. It can't just go on and on and on like that. Well, it can, with disastrous results.
Obviously going on.
It has been going on for more than 60 years, sir. Right? And yes, as I said, we have had some programs. The National Housing Trust was one program that we can point to. That was one of the programs that was launched in order to address squatting. And over the years, there have been some instances, some small steps. We want a comprehensive land reform program. And the political parties, you know, I think that the constituents will have to put this item on the agenda. I don't think we can wait on the politicians to put this on the agenda. The constituents themselves, I think, must put this on the agenda. And that is why you see how the politicians are moving around now, because it's vote gathering time. After this period, do they have regular meetings with their constituents to discuss the problems? No, they don't have that. The people are left alone. And this is something that needs to be changed.
Thank you, Desmond. We're going to move on. Mary, do you have anything you want to say about captured land? Does it bother you? Do you know about it? Do you know that it exists?
As a Jamaican, yes, I am aware. I wait to see what and who is really going to take up the issue, Sir Matt. As Brother Desmond rightly says, it's an issue that has to have a very strict, it has to have a separate agenda where people are moving towards looking at solutions, else it's just going to perpetuate for generations and generations.
Okay, beautiful. Desmond, your next issue, associated water.
Well, I don't know if you are aware of this, but there are, in every parish in Jamaica, you have thousands of Jamaicans who don't have access to water. And this is 60 years after independence. Now, for example, we have been having rain. So places like Manchester, where you can find a lot of tanks, you will find out tanks are filled. The problem is that hundreds of thousands of Jamaicans, they have inadequate facilities to harvest water. So if we don't get water for 3 or 6 months after now, they are going to be having problems. Now I see the government has launched a water program. They told us that they have acquired 50,400 gallon drums, which are going to be distributed to people. Now, my concern is that...
Most of them to go to the eastern part of the country and a few in Clarendon areas, but most of them to go to the eastern part of the country, yes.
Yes, but my problem is, sir, that the distribution process, because from the government is going to distribute these drums, there is going to be discrimination. they are going to go give these drums to their supporters, right? And therefore there are people who need the drums who are going to be left without the drums. I think the drums.
I'm not 100% sure on this, man, but I heard. I can't remember. I don't want to be. I don't want to be too strong on it, but I think it was said that the MPs are going to present the names of the most need of. I think like I'm going to have to check that when we come back next time. I'll say it. But you are saying that if the government is going to distribute it, there will be.
I am happy, but the politics in Jamaica, you know, sir. We know how the politics in Jamaica work. You know, if the MP is distributing the drums, this is a PNP MP, right? He is going to be looking out for his supporters. Remember, you know. Another thing that we must not forget, you know, you see when this program has been launched. This program has been launched during the local government election campaign, right? So it is being done with an intention to seek political favor, you know.
Right? How do you reach that and make that leap? As I remember it, the Prime Minister announced from sometime in the budget presentation in March, April, that this matter of water has to be dealt with. And to be fair to the government, what they call in the black tanks or water tank situation, is not the only water supply provision that is being made, because several water supply systems across the country are being dealt with. But you are saying that this is timed and intended for local government. Now, I don't know what the intent is, but I can tell you that this program was announced from in March, April.
Listen, then, Mr. McKnight, you don't...
What I can agree with you on is that if the politicians are doing the distribution, you will have a problem. I believe that given the structures that we have, and we have a lot of structures in Jamaica, that these drums could have been distributed entirely outside of the hands of the politicians. But I interrupted you.
Mr. McKnight, the other thing I want you said it was announced in March. The other thing I want to put on the table is this. You are dealing with politics, you know. And one of the things that you must bear in mind, that when politicians do things and they do it with there's an intention that they are going to be paid back, you know. I want you to know that politicians work with political motives. It's politics, you know, and this is not Jamaican politics alone. They work with political motives. So therefore, when they build schools, right, for the education, it is going to be said that these schools were built by the PNP. They were built by the JLP. And that is to show that we are the ones who have the interest of the education at heart.
Yes, we need to make I think you raise a point that there ought to be some focus on determining how these particular benefits for the water tanks are to be distributed. And it's an important issue.
What did you say?
Now I'm saying how they are supposed. You have raised an important issue about how they are to be distributed to prevent victimization, to prevent people.
I don't know why your volume has gone down.
Not getting benefits. I don't know why. Mr. Black, is my volume gone? All right, Mary, let's take you up and let's take your next point, Mary.
So the dating issue, sir, leads right into the relationship issue.
Go ahead, Mary. I'm sorry.
The dating issue leads right in. It's like building a house. You build a house from the foundation up. Dating sets a strong foundation for relationships. So if people are not dating, that worries me about the state of relationships in Jamaica. Because my topic today is life is a transaction. Why does the same man pays pennies for one woman versus millions for next? I believe
why does a man
Why does the same man pays pennies for one woman versus million for the next woman? I believe that it is dating that sets the value and the stage of the relationship. During dating, a woman stakes and sets her worth, and the man either accepts, rejects, and move off. If the woman is willing to give away her cookies for free, then the man will realize the value of that relationship. If the woman sets a high price for her cookies and keeps them on the shelf until he pays, then the man knows that he has.
In plain language, Mary, we're running out of time, so you have to tell us that one fast. Okay, she sets a price.
She sets a price. So the price that a man pays for a woman is set by the woman. The woman.
Yes, well, that's the end of today's program. Yes, I want to thank my listeners and viewers, all my guests, my technical operator, Kevin. Well, as usual, I'm asking all my viewers, listeners, and Jamaicans, stay healthy, stay away from the crime. Until Wednesday, keep safe and strong. This is Rebel Radio, and I'm Desmond Richards.
Everybody sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and foam ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, insect and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hunterburg Road. Telephone 933-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
It's always saving season at Tools Hardware and Supplies. New arrivals are here with variety and prices you love.
We have the best in porcelain and ceramic tiles,
windows, doors, and much more.
So what are you waiting for?
When you think of tiles, think Tools, the one-stop for all your home finishes.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools,
the Lion King of all.